This is a test of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Operational Area Emergency Alert System. I've been having way too much fun with that just a few moments ago. Anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed our weekly test stream. Let me get the rail scanner pulled up here. Let me get the rail cam up as well. Oh man, literally that central portion of all the weeklies today. Oh, that was the most stressful I've ever been through. But I did enjoy it. Alright. We got Elkhart going. We got all that stuff going. And boy, am I shocked. Boy, am I shocked as to what I saw today. It's not related to school or anything, but, I mean, it's related to the weeklies. So, you know how I said Chicago had tested in a marginal risk before? They did today. 11:07, they did it in a marginal risk. I mean, in the past, they decided to, postpone it to avoid confusion, but they decided to do it anyway, even though there's a marginal risk for severe weather. But keep in mind, that's for the overnight hours tonight. Yeah, keep in mind here, that's for the overnight hours. Alright, so of course I got a whole lot of homework tonight. I mean, you know why the Central Time Zone was so stressful? It was mainly at the end. Mainly it was toward the end of my pre-cal class because here's the thing. The Michigan tornado drill, that was the most stressful part of all. But also I should keep in mind, yeah, I was frantically in a scramble trying to go after trying to get all those stations ready. But I mean, honestly, I couldn't even believe what I had seen. Literally, the whole lesson went through the whole class, even through the Milwaukee test. I mean, I was in a frantic scramble trying to get everything ready here. Well, this is interesting. A practice demo for Pennington County, South Dakota. Well, this has gotten interesting here. I did get right. I didn't get dodged, but you know what? Why don't I see some flood watches are starting to go out already for this risk. In fact, I believe every one of the offices that I had been monitoring actually did actually get their test in. I believe all but 3. Yeah, I'm saying 3. Well, I'll explain that in a little bit here, but first let me go back and take care of that Dodge County, Minnesota test. Alright, so that's taken care of. Now let me discontinue the sharing to my tablet here. Of course, we're going to cover over every single test that we had gotten so far up until this point. We'll be doing that a little later on. But before we do that, I want to do our first check of the marginal risk for tonight, because I heard this thing is in the overnight hours, which is the most likely reason as to why everybody got their test in, despite the risk being in place. Now it looks like we'll have a first round at like 5 o'clock. I think we're in that round right now. However, as of this moment, nothing has happened yet. However, later tonight, that's where we got to keep our eye on the most, because I'm hearing about the potential for severe weather that night. But that is actually kind of perfect too, because again tonight we go back to monitoring Air 1 for their weekly. I don't know if they're going to do it that night, but they probably won't. But, I mean, who knows? EMF is EMF. They can do whatever they want. But then again, EMF is EMF. They can do whatever they want. And they don't care. They don't care what's going on here in Illinois. They don't care about what's going on in Texas, weather-wise. They can test whenever they want. That's what I find. That's what I find interesting about this whole thing. All right, so now let's take care of our Wordle word of the day for today. And then after we do that, I'll continue explaining the story. And then afterward, I'll continue explaining the story. Now, remember earlier this week, I actually decided to try and add a new program into the afternoon primetime schedule, and that being Inside Edition. So it's so far working out pretty good, so I'm very pleased that it's working. And keep in mind here that that's also in addition to our regular Jeopardy. Oh my gosh. Have to keep trying this until we end up getting But man, this primetime tonight is going to be quite interesting. It's going to be like one of the longest that we usually have. It's not buffet. It was duvet. I have never heard of that term before. All right. So let me continue on with what I was saying here. Now, because, and yeah, I see some of the other weeklies are going up. I will get those taken care of. I will get those taken care of later. Man, I can tell you how stressful that whole thing was. In fact, the class literally took the whole time that literally they had to do the entire homework assignment at home. Like, no time in class to start it. The only class I did get time to start the homework assignment in was English, and it was the homework assignment there. But, I mean, man, today was actually, it was quite fun at the beginning, but then eventually as we started to reach toward more like the end of the central portion, that's where I started to feel a little more stressed out. But eventually, by the time that was all over, I was able to put everything all behind me, and everything, I was able to get that taken care of. Oh yeah, and let's not forget, next Wednesday will be the tsunami warning communication test for the Del Norte area. I'm assuming this is for NWS Eureka. I'm sure this is going to be statewide. It says it's going to be between 11 a.m. and noon, which is their usual test time. So I don't know what this is going to do. If they're going to run two separate tests, the tsunami communications drill and their regular weekly test. By the way, I was told by Antonio that the West Virginia drill, Pittsburgh did both their routine test and, well, I'm going to consider that automated. I'm going to consider Pittsburgh's test automated because it always runs right at 11 a.m. So I'm considering Pittsburgh's test as automated. But yeah, Antonio told me that they did the West Virginia drill. They did their routine test and then the West Virginia drill. In fact, KLT actually logged it. Yeah. Let's see what the Michigan drill sounded like, because I didn't get a chance to hear it. Let's hear the message.
This is the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The signal you just heard was our weekly test of the following NOAA All Hazards Weather radio stations. WXK 81 in Onondaga, WXN 99 in West Olive, WWF 36 in Hesperia, KCZ 33 in Mount Pleasant, WZ 2560 in Canonsburg, WWF 34 in Plainwell, and WNG 672 in Wolf Lake. This is Severe Weather Awareness Week in Michigan, which continues through Saturday, March 25th. This week's test is taking place at 1 p.m. as part of a statewide tornado drill. We want to remind residents that our severe weather season is approaching. This includes tornadoes, flooding, high winds, and other severe weather that could disrupt our daily lives. At the very least, everyone should take a few minutes to review your severe weather plan during Severe Weather Awareness Week. Disasters don't plan ahead, but you can. If this alert had been for an actual tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, you would have been instructed to seek safe shelter immediately. Additional severe weather safety and preparedness information can be found on our website at weather.gov/Grand Rapids. This concludes the test of the NOAA Weather All Hazards Weather Radio for an alarm device.
So that's their message for the statewide tornado drill that they did. Now, I don't think I even got a chance to hear Detroit's announcement. I don't think I ever got a chance to hear Detroit's announcement. Yeah, I don't think I ever got a chance to hear Detroit's announcement. I don't really think I ever got the chance to hear Detroit's. I don't think I ever got a chance to hear Detroit's announcement. I don't really think I ever got a chance to hear. Again, I don't really think I got a chance to hear the statewide tornado drill announcement from Detroit, but I think this is the same thing, but it was on a different station. Let's see what Duluth did.
The station's public warning alarm system.
That's their usual test. Wow. I see Huntsville ran it really late. Huntsville ran it really late. Now, I am surprised about this here. I'm really surprised. Remember, all the iPOS tests failed. All the iPOS stuff failed last week. Like, earlier this week, on Monday. all the IPOS tests and stuff. You know, that all failed. That all failed. Now, look what they did.
Delaware, test for all of Connecticut, all of Districts of Columbia, all of Delaware, all of Florida, all of Georgia, all of Indiana, all of Kentucky, all of Massachusetts, all of Maryland, all of Maine, all of Michigan, all of North Carolina, all of New Hampshire, all of New Jersey, all of New York, all of Rhode Island, all of Pennsylvania, all of Rhode Island, all of South Carolina, all of Virginia, all of Vermont, and all of West Virginia beginning at 1 p.m. and ending at 2 p.m. Test message equals OpenCap EAS configuration test message.
Now, that is not supposed to happen. That is not supposed to happen. Now, that is not supposed to happen today. That usually happens on Monday. On Monday, that's usually when it happens. It usually happens on Monday, but they decided to do it today instead. Oh my gosh. That has to be one of the greatest IPOS fails that I think I have ever seen. I have never seen an IPOS fail like this. I don't think I have ever seen an IPOS fail like this, where they did it late, very late. Yeah, where they did the whole thing late. But yeah, that's impressive. They did it right with the Mountain Time Zone too. And again, KLT logged my test. There's the main monthly. Oh, I keep forgetting about WPOZ, am I? I keep forgetting about them. You know what? I think since they're starting to get back on that time window, I'll actually start monitoring them again. I actually should consider that for a fact. And then this is everything else they logged. And of course, I expected a few other offices to test, even though the statewide tornado drill was for a majority of their coverage. That's surprising. Wilmington is under a flood watch. Excuse me, WYPR. You're not supposed to be testing at 250. You're not supposed to be testing at 250. You're supposed to test at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Learn more about your next career opportunity at gbmc.org/nursing. 88.1 WYPR. This is Fresh Air. Let's get back to my interview with Ari Shapiro, one of the hosts.
Okay. WYPR, you are not supposed to be testing at 2:50 in the afternoon. You're supposed to be testing at 4 o'clock in the morning. Was this a mistake or what? Probably it was. Because this is not when WYPR is supposed to run their weekly. It's supposed to happen at 2:50. It's supposed to be happening at 4, because again, it's supposed to be happening between 4 and 5 a.m. So either they went random. I don't think they went random, because I know they tested, because I know damn well for a fact that they test at 4:50 in the morning. I don't want to find out that they tested at 2:50 in the afternoon and then they count it as their weekly. I think maybe they're like Puerto Rico. I think they're like Puerto Rico. I can probably just assume that they're like Puerto Rico, because you know, Puerto Rico WSKN, they could test anywhere between I'm going to say a new time now, between 7:15 and 7:45. I'm going to say now within that time window. So in addition to that weekly, they could test at random outside of that time frame. That's probably what I think is going on with WYPR. So that could be a clue that we might see a WYPR test this evening. Or later tonight, I should say. But again, we're going to have to find out. So here, I'll take you all the way up to the top. We'll go through everything that I had gotten, everything that I'd gone through this morning. But let me update our viewers really quickly on the Virginia Amber Alert before we start. But yeah, there's the Maryland IPAWS test, and look at that, 12:13 a.m. WTOP finally originated the Virginia Amber Alert. It took them a long time just to do. It took them a long time just to do that. It took them quite a long time to do. But yeah, that was something. And then this Clay, South Dakota local area emergency.
Old male, wearing blue jeans.
Must be a silver alert. This is the same thing, or this is an update to it.
Black jacket. Black.
Same thing. Yeah, same thing. Another Arizona silver alert.
Silver alert.
A bunch of silver alerts. And then this winter storm warning here, these few of them. This is a WJON cap test that went through at 7 o'clock this morning, but I don't really seem to care that too much. And then, well, we'll start right here, and I will be talking that and more a little bit after Insight. I'll be talking about that and more coming up following Insight Edition and Jeopardy. So we are going to see how all that goes tonight. Well, yeah, we're going to see how all that goes today. And it's just about time for the Yellowstone Public Radio Weekly. But yep, of course, we still are going to be getting those. And there are the marginals again.
Stat, the Health and Medicine publication. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And Here and Now is a production of NPR and WBUR. I'm Deepa Fernandez in Alameda, California.
And I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C. And we wish everyone a generous Ramadan, which starts tonight. It's Here and Now.
Funding for Here
A generous Ramadan. Yeah, that's right. That's a good connection to the book we're reading in English, because that begins in Afghanistan.
At Olin, they believe that engineering is for everyone. Olin.edu.
I'm Scott Tong. A summer camp murder, decades behind bars, and one shot at freedom, only to land back behind bars.
I want people to have a conviction that justice needs to be done because of the injustice that has been done so far.
The new podcast, Violation, asks, what does redemption look like? Next time on Here and Now.
All right, now for the Yellowstone Public Radio Weekly. All right, and now we are going to go to Inside Edition. And yeah, Inside Edition, Classic Concentration, and Jeopardy. And we are going to see how all of those go. Well, I finish up this math assignment, and then afterward, take care of that English work that I still have to do. And then after that, we'll come right back. We'll get ready for Hawaii and all that stuff, and then we'll start putting everything together. It's going to be a great night, won't it? Okay. Oh, wow. I'm seeing a Pluto TV ad. A Pluto TV ad on YouTube. That is wonderful. All right. So, those were some great shows. Oh, wait. Gotta wait for it to happen first. Let's see if WCHF is going to test. I don't think so. Let's see. Alright, we'll check in with them next hour. Alright, so I just got done, nearly done with my homework. I'm nearly done with the whole, nearly done with the reading assignment that I need to complete for the night. Alright, something must be going on in that unboxing group. Something must be going on in that unboxing group because I've seen 2 messages now involving the same exact word, and I actually had to report both of them. You know what? That's already getting on my nerves, so I'm just gonna get out of that group and forget about it. I'm just gonna get out of that group and forget about it. I'm not sure if many of you saw when I had hit the screen during our weekly test stream, but I had reported that the first message of that word. I reported that first message to Discord's trust and safety team. So now I'm waiting to see what they're going to do. Remember, I am ensuring that all of these So yeah, we're gonna wait and see what Discord's team thinks of that. Because personally, I think that's considered pornography. That shouldn't even be on social media, including SMS text messaging services like Discord. I'm pretty sure that'd be considered a violation of their community guidelines. But we'll see what happens. Well, here we go. I see a strong thunderstorm statement. It's out. I don't think we should be concerned about it at the moment because the wind is less than 30 miles an hour. But still, we're going to wait and see what happens. So we're going to wait and see what happens. Alright, now it's time for the American Samoa. That's up here. Okay. Now that I didn't even get to say my line. Okay. Now, alright, so now that I'm done with my homework for the evening, I want to quickly go back onto here and, because I noticed there were a few more tests as well. So let me scroll through the weather scan for a quick moment. We can ignore that one because we got it. It was, all these. Yeah, let's do these. Those flood watches. We're going to go back and get those one at a time. And then after that, we will continue on.
From Thursday evening to Saturday afternoon, rainfall is impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying locations. People in the worst area should keep an eye on the weather and be prepared for immediate action should heavy rainfall, flood occur or a flood warning be issued. Avoid low-lying areas and be careful when approaching highways and underpasses. Avoid low-lying areas and be careful when approaching highways and underpasses.
Yeah, that one nearly failed. But I don't know if John hit the abort button or the tones went through, but either one. Okay, now for the kids in Minnesota IPOS test.
Required weekly test for kids and MN, beginning at 4:58 p.m. and ending at 5:58 p.m. This is a required weekly test. This is only a Kitson County test.
Only a Kitson County test. Great response. Okay, that should be everything. Yep, that is everything. Alright, we'll go ahead and end that. Now the NWR thing is having issues. Wonderful. Wonderful. Alright, so again, there's everything. Alright, I'm going to take care of something else here pretty quickly. And then after we do that, we're going to come right back. We're going to continue on. And then we are going to go through one at a time and put all of this together.
first half of next week.
Okay, so we're still waiting for Hawaii to run their test. And as we continue waiting, now nothing has happened as of yet. But as we go through the weather scan list here, as I put all these tests together, I've got a surprise. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You're going to find out. You're going to find out as we go through. As we go through this list here, you're going to find out. But for right now, let's go through. This is yesterday. We want today. Here we go. All right. Let's go through everything that happened today. Well, I was probably waiting for KTAR. I think their encoder probably still runs within the 5 a.m. hour. That could probably be. I don't know. I don't know what that case is. But anyway, first up here at the 7 a.m. hour, of course, as I said earlier, this is the WJON CAP test. Yes, KLT and John run their own CAP tests at random. The two IP radio networks both run their weeklies. Well, really, they run their test at random. No, I'm not talking about the station itself. I'm talking about their IPOS CAP counterpart. So, Kansas City actually did postpone their test in a marginal risk, which is what everyone else should have done. And speaking of postponements, I was told by LAEAS that Los Angeles did postpone their weekly to tomorrow, most likely due to the winter storm. I was also looking through San Francisco's page, and they said that they're postponing the test for this week. Now, either they're postponing it for the week, or they're going to try it tomorrow. For now, I'm going to say that their test has been canceled. As for Grand Junction, I did not see a statement from them. There were winter storm warnings, so I'm going to assume Grand Junction's test will be on Thursday, which is also tomorrow. So we are going to have a postponed Mountain and Pacific time zone test. We're going to have some of those, a few of those locations run their postponed weeklies tomorrow. But other than that, it's only 3 postponements. Like, we started with 5. We completely erased the whole list, and then we added a few Pacific offices and a Mountain one as well. Well, we'll go through the list here in a little bit. Now, I'm also getting my radio set for tonight, so that way, if anything does happen from Chicago, it at least does not scare the heck out of me. This is just to ensure it doesn't scare me like crazy. That was weird. It thought the thing was off, even though I gotta make sure. There you go. Now, that'll put the thing on display. Now, it's important that I put the louder ones on display because should Chicago... Oh, no, we don't want location. This way, if Chicago decides to issue anything in the middle of the night while we're asleep, then it won't alert like the rest of my family. Well, the rest of the house, really. Like, for instance, the HH54, I have to put that on display. No, not tone, display. That's an important part. But the thing is, the EAR-10 is on display, but it is on partial display. Now, again, remember it has that important feature when it receives a more higher priority alert. That was where it'll do voice. Like the tornado warning, for example. So, I don't know if any of that will happen tonight, although I don't know what Chicago's going to say. We don't have any details of such as of yet, but I'm sure we will be getting those details at a later point. But let's go through some of the tests I did get last night. Yeah, pretty much it was all the usual stuff. HCP, 2 stations out of Wisconsin. This is WSPC Albemarle.
SPC Albemarle.
And then, of course, the KWRE sign-on, the KLOI automated test, and then the WJAS test, which they went on time. On the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Which, of course, they did it right on time, which is exactly how it's supposed to be done. And then we have this Southeast Texas IPAWS test right here.
Nick I-94. Hush Money, the game you play. Hush Money by Milton Bradley.
Now I heard North Central Ohio was actually in my live chat earlier. He was in my live chat earlier during our weekly test show, and he was even wondering what that WIAL thing was. That's what WIAL really likes to do before their automated test. And then, of course, after that came a triple feature. And then, of course, after that came a triple feature. The Ohio monthly test, the Ohio statewide tornado drill, and the WMOH weekly. Yes, even on Ohio monthly weeks, WMOH still runs their weekly at 8:47. It's kind of automated, though, but not necessarily. But anyway, this whole weekly test story gets even more interesting from here. Yeah, again, this entire weekly test story... Oh, okay, there goes Hawaii, finally. Took them 33 minutes and they are finally running their test. I'm including the entire 15-minute video. I will continue going through that whole list following the Hawaii test, so let's listen in.
This is the National Weather Service office in Honolulu, Hawaii. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio's public warning system. This is only a test. Tests of this signal are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather on the day of the test, it will be postponed to the next available fair weather day. For hazardous watches and warnings, the warning alarm tone will be activated for the following counties. In the KBA 99 listening area, Hawaii, Honolulu, Maui, and Hawaii counties. In the WZ 2557 listening area, Hawaii County. In the WWG 75 listening area, Maui and Hawaii counties. In the WWG WG27 listening area, Hawaii County. This concludes the weekly test. We now return to our recorded programming. Here's your one-way
We must be on... Okay, here's where we were at. Alright, let me send the Hawaii test over. Then I'm going to get the rail cam back on. I don't want to send it to the wrong device. And while I send that over, yep, there's Chicago's climate reports. Ooh, in the 50s. Oh, yeah. 50 degrees. Let's go. Okay. Alright, we don't need that. Oh, that's right. We are going to need it later for Tampa, aren't we? But... Oh, what am I doing? We got to watch that other episode. Oh, my God. Yeah, this whole homework schedule's been throwing me off. It's been throwing me off so much that I've been missing the rest of the concentration afternoon marathon. My goodness. But, no, we figured it out. Okay, let's continue through the list. So, of course, there you got the the Ohio monthly test. This is Columbus relaying the tornado drill. This is WNG 698. This is Mansfield. This, I'm assuming, is Charleston. Let me play the message.
Repeat. This is a test message for the Ohio statewide tornado drill. Issued a test message for the Charleston, West Virginia.
Yeah, this was Ashland that took that one. And then here's all the sends. Now this story only gets interesting from here. And it's crazy. It's a crazy story, too. Now, this story only gets interesting from here. Of course, you got the Barry and IPOS test, and then the Jacksonville Weekly on WSKR Spinmaker Radio. And then came this local area emergency for Coconino, Arizona. And it was only around the same time. When things got more and more interesting. So, I mean, we started a new unit in my psychology class earlier this week. Yeah, earlier this week we started a new unit in my psychology class. And, well, of course, we did take some notes on something. And then after that, interestingly enough, we watched an episode of Friends. Yeah, I'm sure you all know. I'm not sure if many of you grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm sure you'll all know what kind of a show that is. In fact, that actually airs on that actually airs on the Nickelodeon Night Block. You know, their late night kind of schedule. They actually air a few episodes of Friends. That's from what I've last checked. However, I'm sure their schedule's been changing. And I see Northern Indiana is responding with the same details. So, this is only round 1. However, there are 2 rounds expected. There's going to be another one later tonight. And that's what I'm making preparations for. Silencing a lot of Now, normally I would turn these off. However, because of what's coming tonight, I'm actually going to be keeping all of these on. Which means I'll have to alter the pattern a little bit in which I monitor. Like, for instance, this is going to stay on Crystal Lake. It's not going to go over to Air 1. Well, we will begin the worship tonight with Air 1. But let me continue through the list. But then, of course, during that thing, of course, I got the Todd, Minnesota IPOS test right at the beginning, which was then followed by the Dodge and Fillmore test, which came shortly after I managed to go back and get it on replay in time. Now, there is this one thing. I know I don't want to say it, but let me be honest here. There was this one item that was mentioned in the episode that really started to grab my attention, actually leading to a good connection Highway to Heaven. Oh. That looks like a familiar puzzle. I don't know if that was a familiar puzzle or... Oh, this is College Week. Oh, that's right. This is College Week on Concentration. This one's a College Week episode, so there's different players than what there is. Yeah, that's right. But let me continue on. So, yeah, we watched that entire episode all the way through. The entire 20 minutes. I don't know how much. I think it was like 20, 25 minutes. Yeah, 25-minute episode. And, of course, he paused. He let it run right through the credits. But... Oh, it just came right back. Wow. They did not even put the thing on commercial break. It just went right over to the... It just went right over. Well, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen that. That's actually happened on The Wheel before. I'm sure you all know that. When The Wheel was airing on NBC, they actually, it's the Apple II computer. Oh, such a classic. I mean, just look at those prizes from back then. Looking back at a lot of those prizes from back then, look at how far technology has evolved. It's insane. Well, of course, here was the Todd County, Minnesota test, and then right at 11 a.m., here was the Dodge and Fillmore test, and of course, here is the West Virginia tornado drill, and of course, he was right about them using the live code. And of course, I believe Antonio was right about West Virginia doing the live code for the tornado drill. So they did the live code. This is from Hagerstown. This is from Ashland. And right at that same time, of course, Puerto Rico running their test right at 11 a.m. Here is WXJ84. I'm not sure what transmitter this is. This is Hagerstown right here. That Jefferson, West Virginia, that was... What was it? Oh, look, we just got a Yakima, Washington IPOS test.
At 5:41 p.m. and ending at 8:41 p.m. This is the required weekly test, RWT, of the Local Emergency Alert System for Yakima County, Washington. In the event of an emergency, broadcast stations would provide important public safety information. This is only a test. The following tones conclude this test. No action needed. This is a test.
Alright. Got that. Let me continue with the story. Where were we at? We were right up here. Now, this I'm assuming is another Pittsburgh station. I'm assuming that's one of them John took. But on the other hand, actually I think it's best if we just look here at this logger. We'll get the full details. Man, John was monitoring a lot. My gosh, look at all this. Of course, there was this was, of course, Ashland. And then, of course, in typical fashion, the exact same thing of when Indianapolis lied that the test tornado warning would count as their weekly test for the week, yet they run their test Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. That's exactly what Wilmington does. And of course they do it in typical fashion. Good thing I was prepared. So that's Wilmington, Ohio. This is most likely Asheville. Why is it only one county, though? That's weird. And then, of course, here's Boston. They did it a little late, but anyway, there's Boston. There's another Boston. That's Hartford. This is Owenton. This is Riverhead. That's up to New York. Here's Frankfurt, Louisville, Charlotte. This again is GSP. This is Indianapolis. This is just a placeholder. Not sure if he has created a profile for that yet, but for now that's going to be the default. Here's Albany. And of course, don't forget, following our Deal or No Deal and Wheel of Fortune games later this evening, we're going to go through all the remaining we're going to go through every enthusiast capture of these tests, and we're going to see who got theirs and who didn't. We're going to go through all that later, don't forget. Of course, I got Binghamton. State College happened around that same time. I think GSP goes in order. This is Linville. And this is Gray, Maine. Now, I did not see a Grand Rapids, which of course I expected because I keep forgetting to mention about the KBTO automated test, but yeah, I did get that one as well. There's Gray, Maine right here. Here's Jackson, Kentucky. Of course, they did 1050 hertz first. And here's Raleigh, which went right after WVHL. Here is Winston-Salem. This is WWH 23. Must be using Broadcastify for that. There's Tallahassee. There's Mount Holly. And then here is Paducah. They went within the 10 to 11 a.m. time frame like they usually do. They did it an hour late last week. And then, of course, at noon, here is, that is, well, let's continue on here, because I know this thing doesn't count everything, so let's go back to the weather scan here, because I'm sure you're going to see everything else in order as we go. I'm sure as we go through here, you're going to see everything else come up in order. I believe I did see what's the monthly test code? Yeah, it was the monthly test. Okay. So yeah, I guess Sterling was right. They did postpone their weekly to not confuse it with the statewide tornado drill in Virginia. And of course, right before the DC monthly test, I did get the Grand Forks weekly. Now, alright. And now we turn our attention to the DC monthly test. Does anything look different? That's the entire WTOP coverage area except for, yeah, that's literally the entire WTOP coverage area being used in this code. Now, take a guess as to what pre-roll WTOP used. Here, I'll play it. Now, I don't know if you could hear it through all that, but that was the alternate pre-roll they used. They used the alternate pre-roll. Oh my god. Of course, I got the Paducah test while I was getting the Central Time Zone ready. While I was getting the Of course, while I was getting the Central Time Zone set up, of course, Paducah runs their test. And then comes the main monthly test, which I actually got which I did get the origination for, right here, for Maine. And then we come to the beginning of the Central Time Zone. It's Sealand. I might want to... I'm not going to. But anyway, here's Corpus Christi. This is Austin. Oh, yeah. And now for the surprise. And now for the surprise right here. This should look very familiar to many of you. If you've been watching my channel last year, you all should understand what this is. That county coverage looks absolutely familiar. That time looks very familiar. Now this should look very familiar to many of you. Looks like it's not going to work here. But here, I'll actually take you over to Broadcastify and you'll see for yourself. So I'll show you. If we go to Iowa here, I'm going to select a county in their coverage. You see this right here? You see this? This should be a very familiar sight. Somebody was very kind enough to finally bring back the WXJ73 live stream out of the Quad Cities. I am very happy. I am very happy for this change. I am so happy somebody put this up. You know, we've had that other stream for a very long time, and I'm very happy that we have it back. However, it's on a different platform. It's not the best. Personally, I could tell you it's not the experience that it used to be. I can personally tell you it's not the experience it used to be, but, you know, I'm at least very happy a Quad City stream is finally back up. It's finally back up and running, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy for this change. Well, let's continue through the list. Of course, there's the usual Montreal and Collingwood. There's Birmingham. And here is Tulsa. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, Chicago ran their weekly in a marginal risk. Of course, they did. By this point, I was really on a frantic roll to try and get everything ready. So, of course, there is Tulsa. That was the end of the Tulsa test. And then next one here is Bismarck. Then, of course, came Omaha, the usual Bismarck. Has to be of all times this time when that low battery message will come up on screen. Couldn't do anything about it. Okay, and then came Houston. Apparently Sioux Falls decided not to test. Interesting. And then the next one happened at 11:25, which is Nashville. However, there are some things that was not logged on this point. So let me scroll to 11:25 when Nashville happened. So let me start with some of the areas that okay, well, it looks like we have an Amber Alert for North Carolina. Well, since it was just originated via NWR, let me take alright, I've already lost track where we were at. We were at La Crosse, were we? Where were we just at? La Crosse. We were right here. Yeah, here we go. Alright, yeah, here we are. We're at La Crosse. Okay, now let's see if NWS Raleigh's going to originate. Oh, that's right. We got the KHPR test to take a look at. Okay, we're going to see if that happens first. I'm going to go ahead and get Mark Levin ready, and I'm going to get all the North Carolina Amber Alert stations ready as well. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the preparations.
Support for HPR streaming comes from Chaminade University,
Mark
committed to teaching
Levin
concepts
show.
of social justice and affecting change in Hawaii's communities.
KSGF.
Offering an online master's degree
Oh no, we need
in
their live
criminal
stream. Hold on.
justice
KSGF
studies.
live. Here we go.
928217 email talkback at 2020. Find our archive shows online by searching for podcast on Spotify and Apple.
Listen live.
Join us tomorrow for more of the conversation.
On air, Sean Hannity. We need to be here, that right?
Jennifer Lopez is a rom-com, but New York Magazine features writer Rachel Handler noticed a pattern in some of her writings.
Not only had I seen like 10 movies where she got married, but 4 movies where she planned her wedding. What's up with that?
Or hard to find whole natural fruits and vegetables at a reasonable price. And no one knows this better than balance of nature. They are always searching for the highest
Hey Google, play WMAL.
the highest quality fruits and vegetables, so you can get that at a fraction of the cost. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies contain only the best fruits and vegetables that undergo an advanced vacuum cold process that preserves the maximum nutrient content. This means you get the powerful health benefits of a wide variety of fruits and vegetables without expensive trips to the grocery store. Don't wait. You have the upper east. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 30s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour.
On standby, I'm Lisa Sarah, Fox News. The grand jury hearing testimony in the hush money case against former President Trump did not meet today as they were supposed to, but they could meet tomorrow.
We're set to listen to one final witness today to listen to their testimony. We do not know who that witness was supposed to be. We also do not know, frankly, why this proceeding today was canceled. The Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has the power to unilaterally decide to cancel a proceeding for any reason, albeit logistically or strategically.
Fox's Brian Ennis outside the Manhattan Federal Courthouse. Earlier this week, the grand jury heard from former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen, who said he made the payments to porn stars.
Let's see what stations do Amber
Costello, who sought to discredit Cohen. In a separate case, the former president of appeals court DC has denied Trump's request to block one of his attorneys from turning over information about their communications to a grand jury, which is investigating whether Trump broke the law by having classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago home if he obstructed the investigation. The Federal Reserve raised the interest rates by a quarter of a percentage point.
Inflation remains too high.
LNC to CAEs.
My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell will also warn financial upheaval stemming from the collapse of two big banks is likely to result in what he called tighter credit conditions. The news sent the markets tumbling. The Dow lost 530, the Nasdaq off 190, the S&P minus 65. A manhunt in Denver, Colorado, after police say a 17-year-old student shot and wounded two school administrators at his high school after a handgun was found during a daily search of the teen. America is listening to Fox News.
Best-selling author David Horowitz's Final Battle is out, and it reveals the secret war to stop Trump and DeSantis for 2024. Final Battle names the names of the secret players and warns of the end of America. President Trump says you must get this book. Final Battle is at bookstores, or seek a free offer. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com. Get it today.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance coverage.
Partly sunny with a 30% chance of showers. Highs in the upper 60s.
These all do CAEs.
Thursday night and Wednesday, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 40s. Highs in the lower 60s. Here on the 5 p.m. observation.
This does Amber Alerts. That doesn't work. What about the Charlotte Alert? This is Amber Alerts. Alright, we have what we best can obtain. Alright, we have up what we can best obtain. Alright. .org/IT. That is weather scan counterpart. SCN.
In Charlotte, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 53. And between MontCoEAS Airport, it was cloudy with a temperature of 52. In Fayetteville, light rain was falling with a temperature of 56. In the Rocky Mountain Airport, it was cloudy with a temperature of 59. In Wilmington, it was cloudy with a temperature of 64. In Milford, it was cloudy with a temperature of 65. The Raleigh North Carolina climate summary for this evening as of 5 p.m. March 22nd, 2023. Today's high temperature was 60 degrees. This high is 5 degrees below the normal 65.
Alright. Let's get set. Alright, let's Okay. Alright, there's the Mark Levin anthem. There's the Tampa test. I'm going to be uploading both of those separately. But for right now, though, let me continue on. Let's get Mark Levin up. Now, I had produced 2 separate videos because I just got done with the Tampa test. Now, I heard North Carolina did daisy chain for some reason. Did it even go through? Looks like no, it did not. I think we're just waiting for Cap to do it or something. Actually, I say forget it. Forget the thing. Alright. Now, let's go watch Masterminds, and then we'll keep going through that list. It looks like an advisory light came on. Did Phoenix actually test? They tested during a flooding event. How dare you, Phoenix? Wow. Wow. They tested during a flood event. Unbelievable.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built radios are automatically activated by this tone to warn you of impending weather hazards in central Arizona.
Hey, I just noticed Northern Indiana put out this warning here. Missed it, unfortunately. That's what should have happened. But anyway. Alright, let's continue from where we were at. Alright, there was the end of Nashville. As I was preparing Michigan statewide, there was lacrosse. By this point, I was frantic to get everything ready for Michigan. By this point, I had everything ready. Well, nearly everything. Alright, I hear Masterminds is back on. So let's go back to the game. I'll scroll through some of the other clips. The Beast is finally the top mastermind and gets to play again. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, Dimitri, I noticed that. I've noticed that for quite a while now. Alright, so I'm going through a lot of the other missing entries on the list, seeing what else may have happened. So I'm going through some of the more vacant portions of the Central Time Zone. And then of course here's where Nashville comes in. There's the part after that. And then once we're done with this, then we're gonna run another check of the radar, and we're gonna see what's expected tonight.
Cell car going to turn over.
268, Oyster coming off, ready to go at the pad.
Alright guys, okay, down to 14 signal location. Cell car 266, you guys are okay down, signal location 426 for the pad.
Roger, okay, down. 426 for the pad.
So on tonight's edition of People Puzzler, it's another second chance show. So 2 contestants who have already played are getting redemption. So 2 contestants who have played before are getting a second chance. They're actually getting a second chance at winning the game. So they're actually getting a second chance to play the game, to play People Puzzler and possibly win. So, still looking back at that video, I've seen that Green Bay actually failed. They failed and they had to redo it. That's as far as I know, but... So I'm nearly done with this clip, and then we're all on our own with the rest. I mean, the storm was briefly severe, so... They named it severe weather, but Phoenix still ran their weekly. Nearly done with the video, I've doubled the speed. That way we can get to it fast. We're going to be going back to People Puzzler in a little bit here. And while I continue going through that video, this is the pre-roll again.
This is a test of the Washington...
That was again the pre-roll we got for DC. Why don't we slow down, WTOP? That's fun. Alright, just about done going through the video here. I don't see anything else. Because I believe I still had a rab on when Huntsville sent their weekly, right near the end of the hour. Right at the end of the hour, that's when it happened. And that was the end of it. Alright. Now let's go back to People Puzzler. So I was just looking through. So I was just going through additional test captures, and I found Sterling still ran their weekly on Wednesday, even though they did the West Virginia tornado drill. I don't know what kind of practices those are. But anyway, let me continue on. So, of course, you know, we have the Michigan statewide test. There's Norman. Here's that East Coast test that happened, strangely enough. Well, that's weird. They only did the Eastern Seaboard. They didn't even do the order they usually go, like they usually do on Mondays. You know, on Monday morning, we usually have all those FEMA tests. That's weird for them to make an appearance on our Wednesday program. That's interesting. As remember, Monday's test, it usually goes Puerto Rico, then the Puerto Rico and East Coast now. Guam's on Sunday night. Guam, Puerto Rico, East Coast, Central, Mountain, Pacific, Alaska, nothing, 3 p.m. Hawaii, then Samoa. That's the order it goes. That's interesting that this showed up. Anyway, that is Wichita. Here's Salt Lake City. It happened right at the beginning of the time window. And then here were a few other things. No, John didn't log this, but I did get Rapid City. And then Missoula. Now, I actually noticed that I forgot to close Oklahoma City, and in fact, I managed to hear the weekly test message. I heard the weekly test message being replayed. Now, this is going to go right at the beginning. That's going to go right at the beginning. And then, following that, WSTW ran a weekly. Then, of course, Arkansas PBS runs their test. All right. Then Lincoln ran theirs pretty late, went at 12:30. There's Lincoln. Here's Albuquerque. And then afterward, it's on to the Pacific. Well, what a fight that was. Emily was so close to completing the puzzle. In the showdown, Emily was so close to completing the puzzle. She just had one word left to fill in. She just had one more word to fill in on the puzzle to win the game. Well, she actually did win the game, but she would have gotten the 1,000 bonus points if she had guessed that last word. Boy, I was impressed she almost got it. Boy, that was quite a competition. Well, anyway, let's continue with where we were at. So, of course, I got WPAP, Chanhassen. Here's Reno that tested right on time. I forgot Boise because I was in a frantic. Saskatoon, here's Chanhassen. He actually logged both of them. I didn't have Sacramento up. I did, but it said it wasn't working. But I did get San Diego. So, of course, he logged Sacramento once. He logged it twice. And then that was it for the hour. And then that was it for the hour. And of course, I got the Tucson test announcement. So, Phoenix did test at 11:34. However, Yuma failed. And then, of course, that was it after that. Until this came up. Yeah, Riverton tested late again. Then, of course, they did get Seattle. Then I did go back and get the test I had missed.
Required. PM and ending at 4:19 p.m.
So of course I got Seattle. Then I mentioned at the top of the program, Wright County, I added that one too. There's Dodge, Minnesota. Here's that. And then here are the other stuff. The Flash Flood Watch, WYPR, DC, the WJON Automated Test, Yellowstone Public Radio, Montana, Kitson IPOS Test, American Samoa Weekly, Hawaii Test, Yakima IPOS Test, and that's all we got. We're going to be adding more to that list here in a little bit. So let's get ready now for WQAH and Mobile. We're just about done. The list is almost, the video is almost put together and caught up. I'm going to get Mobile ready after that. All right. Let the QAH monitoring begin. Now we wait. Alright, Mobile is going. I noticed Pensacola was offline earlier. Let me see if it's working. Let me just see if it's working now. It is. Alright. Just wanted to check. We'll wait for Switch to go on break and then I'll explain more. must be ready. Alright, well, quite a great second chance show of People Puzzler. Well, let me explain what happened. So, of course, 3 players came back to play, and this time it was Emily who won. But on the bonus round, the Fast Puzzle bonus game, one of the puzzles was Pool Party, and she actually saved that last clue for the end. So when she got to the last clue, she shouted "Cannonball!" and then that got her the $10,000. What a game that was. And then Switch is off to a good start too, because actually Denise went from 5 to 3 to 1 and all the way back to 5 and then back to 3. Kind of like starting all over again, like a cycle. Alright, so just got the mobile test. And we will see it on the logger. There it is right here. Here it is. Here it is on the main log. Here it is on the NWR. We'll put it on the NWR for what will be next. Alright, so now we wait. We're going to wait the entire hour for WQAH. Meanwhile, before I have dinner, we're going to run our next check of the radar. And it looks like, oh yeah, this is totally going to be overnight. It's going to start at 10 in Peoria. Oh geez, it's going to continue through the it's going to continue through the overnight hours. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we are totally due for an overnight event, and this is going to be an interesting first event of the season. So, oh boy, I am most likely not going to get any sleep tonight. Probably not. And you know what I'm going to do? Merge the Thursday tests and the severe weather event from tonight together. 2 together into 1. It's going to end with the Thursday test. So, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I will find out. Here's a look at the risk for tomorrow. Yeah, keep that in mind. That will be an entirely separate thing. Here's Friday. Oh, we got this enhanced risk right here. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with that, but we're going to watch as the details unfold. And once we have further details on that risk, then we don't know when everything's going to get going in that area. I'm thinking we may have another postponement of we may have another Friday Fun Night cancellation, because remember, the last one got spared a few weeks ago. It's already been canceled. A show has already been canceled once. I don't know if it will happen again. KHPR also failed this hour. We'll keep going until they succeed. But anyway, we'll check in next hour. So for now, though, I've got our dinner already ready to go. Ugh. Alright. So now we're going to go back to Switch. We're going to see how round 2 plays out. Come on, come down for dinner. Oh, bring my slippers, please. Oh, okay. Alright. Now it's time for Fort Worth. I don't know if they even ran their test this morning, so we're going to check this evening and see. Alright, so unfortunately, Denise did not win the trip to... Did not win the $10,000. She did not win $10,000, unfortunately. However, it's been a good game of Wheel of Fortune so far. So far, it's been a good game of Wheel of Fortune. What just happened was Alicia picked up the Hawaii trip, narrowly missing a bankrupt, the $1 million one more specifically, and she ended up winning the Hawaii trip with the coconut and cough syrup puzzle. Now she was narrow between the bankrupt and $600. That was a very close call. Alright, next let's talk about the severe weather potential. So here's what they're talking about. They're still talking about hail being possible. Here's this discussion they talked about here. Looks like they changed the graphic on this. It looks like they updated the graphic on this. That's interesting. They updated the graphic. Now, a change in our primetime schedule. Apparently, Lingo is not airing tonight. It's going to be replaced by FBI Most Wanted. It's going to be replaced by FBI Most Wanted. But so far, we're on a roll with all the Fort Worth stuff. But yeah, so far, we're on a roll with all the Fort Worth tests. We still haven't gotten a QAH yet, but I'll check. Now, back to me. I got the name wrong. I got the first name wrong. Nicole won. Nicole won the trip to Hawaii in the last round. The puzzle was the National Fish of Barbados, and Corey actually won a trip to Barbados. on the prize puzzle.
The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Anderson, Cherokee, Freestone, Henderson, Houston, and Leon, and Navarro.
That's what still seems to intrigue me, is how it repeats and Leon and Navarro. Maybe it mentions the counties it serves by 4 words. I don't know. Alright. Well, now we're getting ready for Waco. Let's check the radar again. It's all going to start like around 9 near Quincy. So it's going to stake right past the southern portions of Chicago into Indiana. But still, we are still very likely to get some stuff overnight. Again, I have every radio ready. I have every radio on, and they're in their normal display modes and ready to go for the occasion. So we'll see what ends up happening tonight. But for right now, as of this moment, nothing. Other than drawing some weird lines on the sidewalk and street and everything like that. And of course we have the finale coming up, which we will set up now. Of course, as I said, I would go and watch America Says, but we're not going to because Lingo will not air this evening. And EAS Texas got the test as well, but I'll explain. We actually might have time to explain it within this next hour or so. We may actually have enough time for such. So that last puzzle, put it in the wing column. Oh yeah, that looks like a puzzle that's going in the wing column. Alright, so now then, we're going to go ahead and get ready now for the grand finale. We're going to do all of our usual 6. Alright, we are ready to go. Alright, it is almost finale time. Here we go. KWRE is already playing its final song of the night before they sign off. We're going to see if KHPR tests this hour. If they don't test this hour, then we're going to keep checking all the other days. I'm going to go ahead and end the monitoring of WQAH. We're going to see when it happened. Alright, then we'll check in next hour with them.
Operates on the assigned frequency of 730 kilohertz with a power of 1,000 watts, designated by the Federal Communications Commission. KWRE is owned and operated by the Casper Broadcasting Company of Missouri. We invite you to join us tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. And for the staff and management of KWRE, have a pleasant evening.
Mostly cloudy. Still likely Friday night. The with a 50% chance of rain. You have just heard a test of the National Weather Service Radio warning alarm feature. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally not noticeable at a greater distance from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect. You have just heard a test of the National Weather Service Radio warning alarm feature. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at a greater distance from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. During severe weather, the warning alarm will be activated for severe thunderstorm and tornado watches, for severe thunderstorm, tornado, and flash flood warnings. The warning alarm will also be used for civil emergency messages. A test of the warning alarm feature of National Weather Service Radio is conducted at 12 noon and 7 p.m. each Wednesday, unless there is a significant risk of severe weather in the area. Central Kansas, North Central Kansas, and Northeastern Kansas for the thunderstorms or to develop late tonight over parts of Northeast and East Central Kansas.
Alright. Only Norman went so far. We're going to wait and see about the other two. So we're going to be taking 2 postponements going into the next day.
Today's high temperature was 67 degrees.
The temperature normal high 3 degrees. The wind was 24 is 93 degrees, which was set in 1907. It was Sunday's low temperature was
1993 degrees, 1907. Wow.
Low was which was set in 2002. This afternoon and tonight was 0.02 inches of precipitation fell today, which brings the monthly total to 1.02 inches in the morning. The total precipitation for the year now weighs 35.03 inches. May also be heard today. The maximum wind observed was 13 miles an hour from the north. Tuesday, no hazard wind observed was 17 miles per hour from the north. Information statement sunset is at 7:36 a.m. with snowfall request tomorrow is at 7:22 a.m. The Waterloo, Iowa climate summary for the climate summary for the 5:20 at 4 p.m. 2023. Today's high temperature was 87 degrees. The normal high is 50. This high was 3 degrees below the normal high of 3, which was set in 1980.
There goes Des Moines.
Today's low temperature was 41 degrees. Low was 15 degrees. The normal low was 34. The record 0.02, which was set in 1980, which brings the monthly total to 0.52. The monthly total at 0.0 precipitation for the year now stands at 0.4 inches below the normal amount of 1.2. Wind observed was 16 miles an hour. This weather service for the year still.
NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System in cooperation with the Emergency Alert System. Tests of this alarm system are conducted every Wednesday at around 11 a.m. and that's around 7 p.m. If there's a severe weather threat, the tests are postponed until the next available good weather day. The alarm tone will activate for severe weather and other life-threatening emergency messages for the following 14 transmitters and associated broadcast areas. WXL 57 at Des Moines, WXL 94 at Bremer County, WXK 84 at Fort Dodge, KXI 98 at Marshalltown, KXI 62 at Montezuma, WXN 91 at Raspen Lake, WNG 730 at Ottumwa, KZZ 51 at Carroll, KZZ 68 at Vailward, KXI 65 at Lennox, WNG 666 at Iowa Falls, WNG 668 at Denison, WNG 688 at Ringsted, and KJY 63 at Forest City. This is a test of the National Weather Service NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System in cooperation with the Emergency Alert System. Tests of this alarm system are conducted every Wednesday at around 11 a.m. and that's around 7 p.m. If there is a severe weather threat, the tests are postponed until the next available good weather day. The alarm tone will activate for severe weather and other life-threatening emergency messages for the following 14 transmitters and associated broadcast areas. WXL 57 at Des Moines, WXL 94 at Bremer County, WXK 84 at Fort Dodge, KXI 98 at Marshalltown, KXI 62 at Montezuma, WXN 91 at Raspen Lake, WNG 730 at Ottumwa, KZZ 51 at Carroll, KZZ 68 at Vailward, KXI 65 at Lennox, WNG 666 at Iowa Falls, WNG 668 at Denison, WNG 688 at Ringsted, and KJY 63 at Forest City. For a detailed listing of what counties are served by each transmitter, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section of our website at weather.gov/Des Moines. Once again, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section of our website at weather.gov/Des Moines. This concludes our test. We now return to regular programming.
Thursday night, mostly cloudy. This is NOAA All Hazards Weather Radio Station. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour.
All right.
30%. Friday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain in the morning, then rain likely in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 50s.
All right. The only remaining station now is Topeka. I'm still looking for QAH. They must have changed their...
Saturday, partly sunny. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s. Saturday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain. Lows in the middle 30s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of rain. Highs in the lower 60s. Lows in the lower 30s.
Tacoma, KZZ 51 at Carroll, KZZ 68 at Van Wert, KXI 65 at Lennox, WNG 666 at Isle Falls, WNG 668 at Denison, WNG 688 at Ringsted, and KJY 63 at Forest City.
Counties are the counties in the middle 60s. Lows in the middle 30s. Wednesday.
All right, so that is the end of the weekly test extravaganza.
Hazardous weather outlook is for central Kansas,
Well, the main parts, that is.
north central Kansas, and northeast Kansas. For this afternoon and tonight, thunderstorms or two may develop late tonight over parts of northeast and east central Kansas. The probability for severe weather remains low. For Thursday through Tuesday, no hazardous weather is expected at this time.
Okay, so Topeka has canceled their 7 p.m. test. However, on the next available good weather day, they will make that up. But for right now, so yeah, Topeka's canceled their 7 p.m. test, their evening test, because of the possibility of severe weather in the area. So due to inclement weather, their test has been postponed, which means it will be happening tomorrow. So let me update the list once more to make that change. Now I mark it down to say evening, meaning that it was only the evening test that has been postponed. Now, I don't know about Des Moines, because, yeah, I think they still did the morning test, because I didn't see a postponement statement from NWS Des Moines, so I'm assuming they still did it in the morning. Alright, so we did not get a QAH. Let's see what else has been going on. Bosque Hill, Ellis. This is all that stuff from earlier. Any additional iPulse tests? Nope. That was the only one. Alright. So that is absolutely everything of this compilation right now. It is at 2 hours exactly. Alright, so that answers our question. And now that some of the tests are actually going up. Now, we would normally do this at 9 o'clock. Now, remember, as I said earlier, the primetime schedule has been altered tonight. So, like, the America Says and Lingo, that's all been taken off just this week. But again, we will still have our Deal or No Deal show at 9 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central Time tonight. So that's in the next 2 hours. So we will still have our 2 games at that usual time. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to do Wheel of Fortune earlier or not. But again, we will see. And I'll see what we'll try and fill in for the prime time that we're supposed to have. I'll see what we can fill in. So give me a moment. I've been thinking about. I've been thinking a little bit about America Says and the $100,000 pyramid, but again, all of those are repeats. But you know what? I think those two shows would be a great thing to fill in. Yeah, I think those two would be a great thing to fill in because I just realized that. Yeah, I think we could fill those two shows in. We could fill the $100,000 pyramid in for Lingo. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, what about America Says? What do they say?
I know it's on right now.
Yeah? So what's the question? You're gonna turn it on?
Yeah, of course we're gonna watch America. We're gonna watch the America Says as we usually do on Wednesday night. But, however, after the two, there's a catch. Lingo is not on this evening.
What? Oh, I'm going back. Exit. Right to bed. I don't know if I can sleep tonight.
Here's Survivor that's on. Instead, there's gonna be a repeat of FBI Most Wanted.
So you're gonna watch America Says then?
America Says. Oh.
Pop up bold tonight, 3706. Both sides 816, you get home.
Oak Southern, milepost 430.7. Main 2, no defects.
Yeah, it's gonna change my mind on what America Says, but you know what? I've already made up my mind.
So what have you decided? Smells good in here.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 430.7. Main 2, no defects.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Well, just about anything.
Yeah.
Just about it. Nothing too wild.
Yeah.
Alright, tomorrow is Thursday. Wiener dogs tomorrow? Yeah, definitely.
That's all card answer door.
Are you surprised that Dad had enough bread?
Yeah.
Well, I put that other bread out there, seeing if you would, how you would adapt to that.
I did for today and tomorrow.
I'm sorry, what, honey?
I did today, so one more time tomorrow.
You did today what?
That bread.
Oh, so you were out of bread yesterday?
Yeah.
So you had to use the rye bread yesterday too? I mean today?
I did the bread. Yeah, I did that.
When they enforce bill, when you get 134 cars, split under 7,000 feet.
The rye bread that we had for dinner.
TS 3807, no GP, and good till 4 a.m.
Not bad. Oh, Linda, stand up. Stand show.
Alright, you guys are 8150 feet, DP 98 back.
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Now, Chuck.
Slowly but surely. What kind of coffee does your mom drink?
That's all car BD 92. Your West End just wants you guys to give him a call before going in on the Virgo. That is correct, thank you. This all card answer.
Let me know when you're ready to copy over. It's false activation, NRC 1515 MPH and only. CD 417.31, that's 417.31. False activation, County Road 13, over. That is correct, both sides, 8:20 p.m. LPT. MSL card 2640. Yeah, 3706, it's still pointed out 822 p.m. LPT. That is correct, thank you.
Okay, so I have decided that we're going to move forward with our usual primetime, our usual Wednesday night primetime stuff. America Says. That's what I've decided we're going to go ahead and move forward with. So, the Supper Club won with an impressive 4,800 points, and they are going to go for $15,000 in the bonus round, which will be coming up following the commercial break. Now, I've been having those thoughts for the past 15 minutes, so now we're going ahead and putting it into action. Now, a lot of you were wondering what was going on behind the window during the weekly test stream. That's typically what I'd like to do during commercial breaks of our primetime shows on Wednesday nights, so I want to show. So, once again, I had a lot of fun playing all these, the Street View videos. You know, I did actually do a few of them. I did 294. The outbound Dan Ryan, and, well, the 294 from Indiana, 294 South, the first one, and the Dan Ryan. I did those three. And I did it all versus that Pacer thing. Yeah, this one right here. Been having too much fun with that just before we started. And then earlier this morning, I decided to try my luck with This Is the Maryland. Oh, Brandon's going to like this. Here we go. And now we're going to recreate this whole thing on the air.
This is the Maryland emergency. This is the Maryland. 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 This is the Maryland.
This is the Maryland.
This is the
This is the Maryland. 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 The fitness gram, and this is the Maryland. This is the Maryland. This is Maryland. This is the 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 Maryland. This is
is the melon, this 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 is the Maryland. 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 This is the Maryland.
Okay, so good round of America Says so far. But yeah, it's so far been pretty challenging. A lot of the clues haven't been able to. I mean, that first puzzle of the game was really challenging for one of the teams. In fact, they only managed to pull down one of the seven. They only pulled down one out of the seven. Only pulled down one of the 7 cameras. Well, we find that Railcam playlist. Here we are. We'll play that.
Hello.
8:25 it says. Ugh, gonna be late. Okay. Well, anyway. So we finally have a date for Split Second. It's gonna premiere Monday, April 17th. So it's gonna be in about a month here. So it'll be this week right here. It's gonna be going alongside Wheel of Fortune. So that means we are going to have to make some changes to our primetime lineup again to make room for this. So what we'll do is here's what's going to be going on. So we're still going to have our masterminds at 5. We're still going to have People Puzzler at 5:30. We're still going to have Switch at 6. We're still going to have Wheel of Fortune at 6:30. But Split Second will now be at the 7 o'clock slot. So what that means is that if we're in the middle of another primetime show, like for instance America Says, oh, that's going to be tough. Oh, it's going to be hard. We probably might have to take the place of one of the America Says episodes so we can make room for that. Oh, hopefully this train finally shuts off the crossing because, man, those gates have been down for like, I don't know how long it's been. 30 minutes probably? I don't know. But I'm sure it's been a while. So hopefully this train will finally shut off the crossing after it goes through. But yeah, Quiet Game of America says it's been so far, so let's see how it continues on. Well, a great second round. One of the clues is about disco. And I was able to guess a couple of the clues, well, one of the clues right off the bat, but some of the others not so much. So, this was one of the things that I was doing while we were awaiting all the tests. Playing one of my Street View videos and this Pacer thing in par. I wanted to add this, but I changed my mind. Why don't we add WTOP into the mix? This is the Maryland, 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 this is the Maryland. Stations in your area.
Emergencies is being tested. If there's been an actual emergency, official messages will follow this alert tone. This concludes our test of the emergency alert system.
Oh yeah, and I recall adding the equalizer into the mix as well. Now watch this. I think we should try adding that Pacer into the mix. And the sign-off sequence, too. That's so much fun. Let's actually add our sign-off sequence for tonight into the mix.
This is the Maryland, this is the Maryland, this is the Maryland, this is the...
Let's just add to this, just for fun.
This is the Maryland, 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 this is the Maryland.
Hey, it finally shut off the crossing.
This is the Maryland, this is the Maryland, this is the Maryland.
This is the Maryland, 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 this is the Maryland. I hear America Says is back on. Alright, so why don't we see... Why don't we go see who's going to win the old ball game? Let's find out. Alright, the lucky ladies have a chance to win $15,000. Will they do it? We're going to find out in just a moment. Before we do, let's go back to this again. So now I've added, this is the Maryland, my sign off, and the pacer thing. The fitness gram, the fitness gram, the fit. Let's actually cut this part off. However, in order to make room, I need to put a separate clip in here. I'm just going to put this in here at random. Let's solo this for a moment. Let's play backwards. Not sure what we can fill in that spot. Let's fill this in. Now this is right around here where the Flutter Realm actually begins in that third version. So here, I'm just going to add this in here. I'm just adding random clips. That's something y'all created for the Christmas spirit. Now, let's actually throw Gavin Bay into the mix, too. Oh my gosh, this thing is getting jam-packed so fast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, either it's frozen or it's creating a backup. Either the thing just froze on me, or it's creating a backup. It's probably creating a backup. Yeah, it could be trying to create a backup. I'm not gonna... At least the task manager opens. Oh, okay, there we go. Just suddenly started working again. Alright. Yes, that's what it must have done. Alright. Let's mute this for just a moment. We're going to throw Gavin Bay into the mix. I'm going to try and find a good segment of the song to put in. So I'm going to have to solo it for right now. Okay, so now this is when Lingo is usually supposed to air. But it was good that we filled in America Says, but oh man, that last puzzle, that last question on the bonus round was what was really difficult for the lucky ladies to win the $15,000. It was they were doing really good. They had 2 out of turn penalties. They took those 2 out of turn penalties on the last question, which was about craft items. The last 2 were marker and thimble. Those are the last 2 they couldn't pull down, but that was still a good show. And for whatever reason, my mother doesn't care for Snoop Dogg, so we're passing on the Pyramid rerun from 2018 that GSM is airing right now. But that is okay, because that is usually where Lingo is supposed to go. And I've noticed that this is going to be the same story next week as well, so it's going to be 2 weeks it's going to be another couple weeks without Lingo. Oh, jeez. But sure, I would be more than happy to fill in America Says. We'll still do America Says at 7. But then, what else? Alright, let's keep playing around with this thing here. Or drag this a little more. Now let's see how it sounds now. Going out of business, Cheryl. Oh my god, it just sounds so bad. Now watch this. Oh my gosh. You know, it's been since the pandemic that I've watched Brian Christopher slots every night. You know, I should consider making that a daily thing. You've won the minor progressive of $21. Yeah, so I don't think a lot of you know what Brian Christopher is. Well, he basically does all these slot machines, not just in Vegas. I think he goes elsewhere around the country. He went to this casino outside of Tulsa. He went to Agua Caliente in Palm Springs one night. He did one in Vegas. I think he mainly does the casinos in Vegas and everything. And I see the EAS plug got his little compilation of tests uploaded as well. We'll cover all the tests. We'll cover all the tests and more within the final hour of our show. But this is kind of unusual that we would have the pyramid and all that stuff. But it looks like Brian has a slot of his own. It looks like Brian Christopher has a slot of his own. Not sure. So then again, we're still looking at the possibility of severe weather tonight. The videos are like 18 plus, as it says in the description. I found Brian Christopher when I was like a freshman. Yeah, when we were locked down. So, I was like 15. I was 15 at the time, and I was still a little too young for casino gambling videos like that. But now that I'm 18, I thought, you know what? If pyramid is not in our favor tonight, why don't we spend our evening with Brian Christopher and see where he might be going next? Because it's actually been a long time since I've last seen a video or a live stream from him. Oh yeah, that's right. MVG Productions uploaded a new episode of Caesar's Challenge just before the Tampa test earlier this evening. He usually gets one up right before Tampa. So I'm probably going to watch that while I have a nice bag of popcorn here. But, well, up until that point, we're going to have a little bit more fun. Well, actually, let's go ahead and run another check of the radar and see where all this is expected to go. So let's see where all this is expected. Looks like now we're set for a 10 p.m. start time. And it is still expected to go right past the Chicagoland area by around midnight. And I see some might approach the area from like up north, so yeah, we might be in for a mini severe weather event this evening. So yeah, I would pretty much say all of northern Illinois, I would say please, northern and central Illinois, I would say please ensure that you have ways of receiving hazardous weather information tonight. I don't know if they're saying about the possibility of tornadoes, but I think that is most likely out of the question. I say that's most likely out of the question this evening because how limited the risk is. So now normally I would have them all turned off, but I'm keeping them all on. Oh boy, this is gonna affect Air 1 big time should something come out. But you know what? I'm still gonna have Air 1 on. but not on the 400. I'm gonna have it on the zone guard because Air 1 is most likely because WSRI Air 1 Sugar Grove. Yeah, they're most likely gonna relay all that stuff because they do take everything from KXI 58 out of Plano, so that is being most likely considered the case. So because they're out of Sugar Grove, they most likely serve Plano. They most likely monitor KXI 58. So with that being considered the case, they're going to relay probably everything from KXI 58. Like for example, or WCLR K-Love out of DeKalb. Yeah, they serve counties from WNG 536 out of DeKalb. So I use them for DeKalb's alerts. Even if we don't have WNG 536. I think I gotta say it's mainly the EMFs that really bring the hazardous weather information, not just their random tests. If Air 1 runs a weekly during the severe weather event, it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild to watch. I just don't really know, but it's gonna be wild to watch. To watch Air 1 run a weekly test during severe weather in the northeast Illinois area. That'd be kind of a spectacle to see, but tomorrow we're gonna be monitoring Air 1. We're gonna warship until they test. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of fun. And then I'll have a lot of fun speeding up a video to AX speed. I don't think this isn't giving enough justice. Oh, I may have moved the video by accident. Let me move. Okay, yeah. Alright, let me move this a little bit. Oh, this is going to be good. I want it to a point where eventually somebody on this song here starts talking. Alright, let's speed it up. Looks like I went too far. Yeah, close enough. Yeah, I must have went way too far. I went way too far. Where's this at? Alright, here's where the talking actually begins, because I was referring to the wrong time slot. Oh, this is going to be good. Now it's saying a purple, a blue, and Gavin Base trying to overlap it. You know what? That gives me an idea. That gives me a great idea. Let's play Gavin Bay backwards. Here's Gavin Bay reversed. That was fun. Gavin banged backwards, and now I'm just getting back to the whole word of the week bloopers thing that I found months ago. Oh my gosh, it's just so much fun already. I really like this. There are a whole bunch of other word of the week bloopers I've seen. Luigi group and the dark. Why is it so dark? It pauses. Let's try it again. Oh my gosh. I also see that LAEAS posted his weekly test compilation as well, but we'll be going through those later on. Oh, great. There's a Gold Rush blooper. Oh, let's just keep this going. Alright. Just got done watching another exciting episode of Caesar's Challenge from NVG Productions. Oh boy, what a game. And what a show it was.
Hey guys, this is Sergeant EAS of Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Yep, he got the version 1 ER10 VP. I was thinking of getting one too, but those are pretty uncommon now. Oh man, we've really been going with the alternate primetime schedule tonight, haven't we? What else has the weather scan done? Oh, they haven't done anything since that? Dang. Well, WRON appears for the second time in a weekly test show. Well, it appeared on our Tuesday test compilation last night, so we could assume they're random for right now, but and look at this thing. This was about the tornado in LA from yesterday. Alright, let's get the WJON replay of the WRON test, and then we will get to our preparations for our big portion of the night. Again, this is only a test. How fun. Alright. Now we're going to throw that right on to the end. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do about this thing yet, if I'm going to throw any of tonight's severe weather event into the mix or not. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I will totally think about it myself. Oh, looks like the Capital Limited has come, and there's those Chargers again. This guy's got a couple more Chargers. It's got Amtrak 23, and there's a couple more Chargers. I see Charger 325. Those are some of Amtrak's brand new Siemens Chargers. Wonder what that other one is. Well, let's look at the other camera and take a look. Well, that did not take much effort. So it was Charger 325 and 321 on the Capital Limited. Yeah, I could tell the difference between which one is the Capital Limited and which one is the Lakeshore Limited. I could tell the difference between the two. Alright, so now we've answered that question. This is live, though. That's interesting. It's like the whole train literally cleared the whole PTZ. Like, the whole PTZ cam, it literally cleared the entire thing. It's, like, out of the range of the camera. That is interesting. And now it is off to DC. I'm assuming that's where it's going. It's going from Chicago to Washington. So there goes the Capital Limited and those two Chargers. So wow, they're really beginning to while Amtrak is really beginning to transform their lineup of train, they're really starting to modernize their whole train set. They're modernizing all the coaches. They're modernizing literally just about every aspect. Yeah, for some reason the drive is acting the drive was acting nicely before I even ran that cumulative update, but now it's starting to fail on me again.
And speaking of fails,
DC WTOP did the alternate pre-roll.
no, not just that. That's not the only thing they did wrong.
They did it right after a news story.
Nope, you still don't have it correct. They failed, but how did they fail? Let's see if you know it.
I know they didn't forget the EOMs.
No, they didn't. It was a new anchor, but they somehow didn't forget the EOMs. No, you know how they failed?
I wonder how they failed.
They failed because they sent the monthly for their entire coverage.
For their coverage, yeah.
Just for Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I noticed that. For the entire coverage area. The whole entire WTOP coverage area. Yeah, I noticed that.
Instead of just 011-001.
Yeah, instead of just Washington, D.C., they sent it for literally their entire coverage that they usually do for the weekly test. Frederick, Maryland, Montgomery, Maryland, Prince George's, Maryland, Arlington, Virginia, and so on, so on.
That means WJFK-FM might have actually taken it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I would be impressed if they actually took it.
They might have.
But I'll have to go back on that and take a look.
This is a cool. They use the alternate pre-roll, but the regular message.
Yeah, they did the alternate pre-roll, their entire coverage.
But then the regular message.
Yeah, the standard, the monthly test message they always use. Oh, that was quite interesting. And of course, Nevada never tested again because they went a week early for some reason.
And Michigan ran a statewide test instead of
for their statewide tornado drill.
It was civil authorities, though, originated.
Yeah, the Michigan Emergency Operations Center, they originated the monthly test. And of course, all the WS offices in the state originated their own weekly to coincide with the drill.
And then, let's see, what else did we get?
And of course, West Virginia did the live code, and I heard Pittsburgh did a doubleheader weekly that's automated. I'm calling it Pittsburgh, NWS Pittsburgh Automated. I'll call it that.
I wonder if Sterling relayed the tornado warning for West Virginia.
Oh, yeah, they did. I saw Jefferson, West Virginia. I saw Berkeley, West Virginia. And they even still ran their normal weekly test on Wednesday.
Was it? No, they didn't. Sterling didn't.
I saw Central Virginia's video.
That was probably the tornado. Wait, what?
I have the video. Probably might be on my other channel. Hold on. I know it's there somewhere.
Sterling ran a weekly and the tornado drill?
Yeah, here's Central Virginia EAS's video.
Finally!
Yeah, that's the Sterling test message.
Oh. I wonder who sent that one. Oh.
I don't know who did, but that's a story for later. But anyway, without further ado, let's not waste any more time and get to our game.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal.
I like the alter crew. This is a test.
The Washington, D.C.
You're going to have to be lucky, gutsy,
This
and
is a test.
Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually, 26 of my better
As
half.
always, ladies, please. And then let's also not forget that I'm under a marginal risk of severe weather tonight, and I'm hearing there could be stuff going on south of me. Oh boy, Chicago's probably gonna wake me up in the middle of the night.
We don't know
with
what
a
is in each of
marine
these 26
warning.
cases. We do
I don't know about that.
The biggest prize amount in one of these cases
I don't know about that.
is $1 million.
I don't think they're gonna wake me up with a marine warning though. They'll probably just they're probably gonna wake me up with a random severe thunderstorm warning for like Kankakee County or Grundy or something like that. But
anyway, here we are at the point of the game. You already know how this goes.
Yep.
And this week's winning driver was not the same guy as the last 2 weeks. It was a different guy. It was This week's winning driver was number 22.
It was number 22 this week.
Now this is your case. You may take it home today, unless you decide to sell it to the banker.
So I'm sure a lot of you can recall last night's Roblox program where we had
whatever is in those cases.
We had that 1,000 ticket jackpot. Now let's see if we can give Brandon $1 million. Like I won the 1,000 ticket jackpot on the arcade version. Now let's see if we can give Brandon $1 million. That would be nice. Well, we're gonna find out what happens. We are awaiting his selection.
Number 10.
Number 10. All right. Number 10.
Number 10.
And $5.
$5. That's great. Get that off the board.
Good play.
You have 5 more cases to open. Pick a case.
How about number 22? Or 21, I mean. 21.
21, yeah. A good thing you said. Yeah, good thing you said 21.
That's Blair.
All right.
We definitely have that one.
$500,000.
$500,000.
Not in your case. Pick 4 more cases before the next offer.
At least it's looking kind of decent right now because that million is still on the board.
How about number 4?
Number 4?
Number 4. Yep.
$500.
Exactly what you want. $500. Not in your case. Off the board.
I think the million didn't end up in 4.
3 more cases to go.
All right, and then we're gonna do 18.
18.
Number 18. That's Cassidy.
There's the penny.
Right, the penny is off the board.
The penny is off the board.
That is
2 more
great.
cases to go. If you knock out the million, the offer is going to go way down.
Well, this is only the first round, but the performance of the first round will determine how good the first offer is going to be.
We all know that, Howie. Anyway, let's do number 25.
And 25. And
25. That's Madison.
I hear my parents are watching Family Feud downstairs. $100.
3 small amounts in a row. That's very good.
Yeah, they're watching Family
Just
Feud
one
on the
more
Game
case
Show
to
Network. After we had a impressive prime time of Masterminds, People Puzzler, Switch.
6 huge amounts are still on the board.
And on Monday, April 17th, Split Second will be taking the 6:30 time slot.
Yeah, we just need to get the prices right at night back.
It's gonna be a while before that ever happens, and now we're gonna be without lingo for 2 weeks.
Oh no.
Yeah, this week and next week as of right now.
Well, was there no lingo tonight?
Nope.
Well, Deal or No Deal's still going to be at 10 p.m. from here on out, though. So.
Yep. That's not going to change.
Nope, we're going to do it at 10 p.m. from here on out. That's when I can do it.
Yep, at that very point.
For our last case, we're going to go with number 7.
Number 7.
Number 7. That's Candace.
And $200.
4 small amounts in a row. You are doing good.
Okay, that was a pretty good first round. Although $500,000 was the
first round
only
is over.
highest amount.
Pick 6
taken
cases,
off
and
of
now
the
it's
board.
time for the banker to make you an offer.
All right.
Not your friend.
Now,
I want you to win.
Banker Unai, hope
Every
you
move,
are
and
all
we want you out
set.
of here as soon as possible.
Got you all set up in the
Money
banker's
is
booth. Now let's see
And there he is.
what kind of offer you can make us.
Hello. Okay, that's fair. This is a very fair offer, but it is very early. The offer is
$14,000.
No, you don't even have to ask us, Howie.
Wow, you have no deal. Now, 6 huge amounts are still on the board.
No. Now, how about we do number 13?
Number 15.
Yeah, 15.
Yeah, I heard 15.
Number 15.
Okay. All right, 15. $50.
5 small amounts in a row. That is excellent.
That was a good play.
We're looking at a very similar scenario to last night. Well, not to last night, but we're looking at a very similar scenario to last week so far.
6 huge amounts are still on the board.
So far we're looking at a very similar scenario to last week.
Let's do fun for Florida loving to go on the 21st. Actually, we did that one already.
What number were you saying?
Let's do number 1.
Number 1.
Number 1. That's Elizabeth.
There's the dollar.
6 small amounts in a row. This is fantastic. You have 3 more cases to open. Pick a case.
This really is fantastic.
If you keep the million in play, the offer's gonna go up.
All right. So keep the million in play. How about we go with number 16?
16.
Number 16. That's Tori. Whoa. Okay. $300,000 out of play. You need to avoid those huge amounts. You have 2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
That was not a good round or good roll there.
If you knock out the million, the offer's gonna go way down.
How about 20?
Alright. Alright, what's your next number?
20.
Number 20.
Number 20.
$300.
Good play. $300 off the board. $300 not in your case.
I saw 300 grand go off the board.
All right. 1 more to open. Pick a number. If you keep the million in play,
is going to be
the offer's
number
gonna
6.
go up.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Looking good so far. Oh, $750,000.
That is not good. $750,000 is off the board.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's off the board.
It's not in your case.
It's not.
So you know that that's the banker, and it's his job to buy back your case. So he's about to make you an offer. Hello? Okay. Okay. I'll tell him that. The offer's gone up. This is a good amount of money. But is it good enough? The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $50,000. I'm going to ask you.
Nope, I will not leave.
Deal.
For $50,000.
Or no deal.
No deal, banker.
Your case could still hold $1 million. If you take the deal, then the money is guaranteed to be yours. If you choose no deal, you have to open up 4 more cases before the next offer.
Of course, you said no deal.
Yep, of course.
Temperature 4, 6F. Total axles 3.
4 huge amounts are still available.
4, 7.
Detector out.
No defects.
Of course there were no defects.
I mean, why would there be? Anyway, how about 19?
Okay.
Number 19.
$1,000.
$1 grand gone, still a fairly low
$1
amount.
grand gone for very long.
3 more cases to go. If you knock out the million, the offer's gonna go way
How
down.
about we go with... Let's do good old 13.
Good old number 13. All
that's
right, what do we have?
Let's see a low amount.
Yeah, show us something low. $50,000.
$50,000.
Okay. We're ending up in a very similar scenario to last week.
Pick 2 more cases before the next
Let's
offer.
do 5.
Well, nearly
Number 5.
similar scenario. $10.
$10 off the board, $10 not in your case.
So far,
Pick 1 more case before the next offer.
this is looking pretty decent so far.
4 huge amounts are still available.
All right. How about we go with 24?
24.
Number 24, that's Janine.
Right. $75.
That's good. $75. A low amount out of the way.
3 low amounts
Good
left
round,
on
good
the
round.
board. Looking
Let's see
good.
how much it helped. Hello, banker. Okay, I'll tell them. The offer went up, and this is a very nice amount of money. The offer is $95,000.
No deal.
Deal or no deal?
And of course, we're going to say no deal.
Your case could still hold $1 million. If you take the deal, that money is 100% yours. If you choose no deal, you have to open up 3 more cases before the next offer. No deal.
We're getting closer to 6 figures here.
Let's do number 9.
Okay,
4
number
huge
9.
amounts are still at number 9. That's Maria.
$400.
Small amounts in a row. That's very good.
This is looking very good. Only
2 more
25
cases
and
to open. Pick a
750
case.
are left on the left-hand side.
26.
Yeah, let's get those last 2
Number 26.
guys off the board. $25.
4
There we
small
go.
amounts in a row. You are doing great.
750 is the only one
You
left.
have 1 more case
And
to open.
14.
Pick a case.
Let's see if it's there.
Number 14.
There it is.
5 small amounts in a row. That is excellent.
Cleared the whole left side of the
Great
board.
round.
This
Was a
offer's
great
going
round.
to 6 figures.
Exactly where you want it.
Heck yeah, it is.
Hello? Okay. Okay. We're into the 6 figures now. You need to think this through. The offer is $160,000. I'm going to ask you, deal or no deal? Your case could still hold $1 million. If you choose deal, then you can take that no deal.
Yeah, he's not taking the money.
Of course he's not.
You need to.
We're getting very close to that critical point.
4 huge amounts.
How about
are
we
still
go
available.
with number? Let's get your favorite out of the way.
My lucky number. Okay.
Yep.
Number 11. That's Jackie.
100,000.
Wow, this is exactly how the game should be.
Kind of got you that time. $100,000 gone.
All right.
That'd
One
be the safety
more
net to get rid of.
Pick a number.
Well, let's.
Hey, there's 3 huge amounts still in play.
How about we switch it up a little? At number 20.
Number 20 was picked already.
Was it?
Yeah,
Let's go 17.
which is not
Number
been selected
17,
yet, so let's
Sophia.
do that. And 75,000.
$75,000 is off the board. $75,000 is not in your case. That was okay. Wasn't great. Not horrible. Let's see what the banker thinks. Hello? Okay. That's fair. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The offer is $200,000. Think about this. Deal or no deal? You have a 1 in 6 chance of having the $1 million in your case. You take the deal, then the money's yours. If you choose no deal, you only have to open up one more case before the next offer.
I keep getting called down for dishes. This is the worst time for it to happen, but
no deal.
Brandon should still be here.
This round, we start.
All right.
Yep, he's here. We've entered a critical part of the game.
Yep. We have 2, 3, 8, 12, and 23 left. This is the most crucial stage of the game.
Number 12.
One case at a time from here on out.
Number 12.
400 grand.
There goes $400,000.
Oh.
All right, that was not very good. We know the offer's going to go down. Let's see how far down. Hello? Okay. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $190,000. I'm going to ask you, deal or no deal? Now remember, you have a 1 in 5 chance of having the $1 million in your case. You take the deal, then the money's yours. If you choose no deal, you only have to open up one more case before the next offer.
Alright, dishes are done. That shouldn't be an interruption to the remainder of this game.
No deal, maker.
That should no longer be a disruption to the remainder of this game.
$1 million is still on the board.
Anyway, we're going to go with number 2.
Number 2 this time?
Number 2. That's Chandra.
Okay.
Show us something good.
5,000 would be nice. Okay, $25,000
off the board.
Yeah, that works.
Alright, well.
Excellent, excellent. That was an incredible
The biggest
round,
amounts
and
left
there's
on
a lot
this
of
board
money
are
up
$200,000 and
what he's
$1
got.
million. The million
Hello,
still
Mr.
being
Banker.
on this board is a good sign.
Okay.
Now let's see if
I'll
we
let them
can
know.
keep it up there.
Wow. The offer went up. This is a lot of money. The offer is
a quarter of $1 million.
A quarter of $1 million.
No deal.
Wow.
Turning down a quarter of $1 million. It's gonna get more and more intense.
You chose no deal. Now you have to open one case before the next offer. Go ahead and pick a case.
23.
Alright.
If you knock out the number 23, that's Stephanie.
Hopefully it's not in there. $10,000.
$10,000. Off the board, not in the case.
That was a good pick, actually.
Excellent, excellent. That was
All right.
an incredible round, and there's a lot of money up there. Let's see what he's got to say.
Offer's gonna go up again.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay.
Now, regardless, he'll be walking out here with a good amount of money.
This is a fantastic
If
offer.
5,000
You
goes
need
off
to
this
weigh
board,
your
it's
options.
gonna be a big winner.
The offer is
$350,000.
No deal.
No deal, Baker.
All right, this is it. The last pick.
It's going to be 8.
2 huge
All
amounts
right.
are on the board.
We do not want to see the $1 million number 8.
Number 8, that's Jamie.
Oh boy.
Let it be low.
I'm getting nervous already. $5,000.
Oh yeah.
I think you're making the banker nervous. That was a great round. Let's see what he's got.
We won 1,000 tickets on the Bankers Case game in Cornerstone last night.
Hello?
And we're literally one step away from winning $1 million on the
tell
Deal or No Deal PC game.
All right. It really doesn't get much better than this. This is exactly how you want to play the game. And this offer proves it. The offer is...
Here we go. It's
$560,000.
$560,000.
Think about...
No deal.
Okay.
No deal.
This is incredible. We are going to have... We could possibly...
Absolutely incredible. You have a 50-50 shot at walking away with a very nice sum of money. Before
More
we
than
open
a
your
very nice
case,
sum
I'm
of
going to
money.
give you the
A big
opportunity to
one.
switch
It's a
your
huge
case
sum of
with
money,
the one
actually.
remaining up there.
Now, keep in mind, folks, we had the 1,000 ticket jackpot on the Deal or No Deal arcade game at Cornerstone last night. We could potentially be looking at a repeat here tonight with $1 million. But there's still one more question. Want to keep 22 or switch it with 3?
I want to switch it with 3.
I don't know how good of a decision this is going to be, but...
I don't know either. I don't know how good of a decision this is going to be.
This was literally the same situation I was in with that 1,000 tickets still being on the board. And I had chosen to keep number 11. My lucky number got me the big jackpot. I mean, I was going to try and spin that mega wheel, but I wasn't reading the options carefully, and I chose to... When I tried to spin the wheel, I chose to keep the tickets, but anyway,
I don't know. This is a tough decision for sure.
Yeah, it is a tough decision. He wants to switch his case, so let's see.
Because one of these cases has $1 million in it.
But let's see if number 3 has it. Let's switch him.
You want to know what's in your case?
Can we repeat
Let's
victory?
see what's in your case?
Yes, we can.
Held out until the very end, and it paid off. You have the
I won the $1 million.
$1 million case.
Yep, he won the $1 million again. So we have back-to-back big top winners on Deal or No Deal. Remember, we had that Cornerstone jackpot yesterday, and now tonight, Brandon has won big. The cool $1 million. That is quite an impressive game to put off tonight. And now, we are going to move on to Wheel of Fortune 2nd Edition.
We have to see how our friend Vanna's doing tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see how... Yeah, we'll see how Vanna's doing. And in fact, those who recall over the weekend... I did mention this on one of our Saturday shows. I said that I was on a Dimitri live stream. I was on a live stream with Dimitri and Betty Troya. They were playing Wheel of Fortune 2nd Edition as well, and I said to them, and on that game, I'm sure a lot of you could recall, they did absolutely terrible. They just guessed random letters.
Oh, no.
They were guessing random letters. And in fact, they did so much randomness that the game literally went to the final spin in the middle of the jackpot round. And keep in mind too, that was an extended 20-minute game. That has to be like one of the worst games of Wheel of Fortune that I think I've ever seen.
Oh,
Hello, Charlie O'Donnell here.
And afterward, I said that I can do the game better than that.
Normal game? Okay, so how many people...
And of course, when we played Wheel of Fortune 1998 during our Blackhawks, and then afterward, when we played the Wheel of Fortune 1998 game, immediately following the live stream, but when we started the coverage of the Blackhawks, like soon after we started the coverage of that, when we got to Wheel of Fortune 1998, I totally proved that I can do better on Wheel of Fortune than that. Now, I would pick a different set, but how about we actually go on par with the actual Wheel of Fortune, because it's actually Hawaii week on Wheel of Fortune. I mean, there's really a lot of Hawaiian-themed puzzles. In fact, as I said earlier, Corey won a trip to Barbados with a such-themed puzzle. I heard Nicole won the Hawaii trip prize. She won the trip to Hawaii. I heard the other opponent even had the $10,000 mystery wedge that she unfortunately missed out on. But man, that game of Wheel of Fortune was quite fun to watch. I mean, and then also Corey won a Ford Mustang in the bonus round. When he had over $30,000, he won a Ford Mustang. It was worth $55,000, and he left with over $85,000. The $30,000 that he won earlier in cash and prizes, the trip to Barbados, cash, and of course the Ford Mustang. That is an incredible win on such a game like that. And honestly, I couldn't be more impressed. Did anything else happen while we were away? No. Nothing did. Okay. Alright.
Rebroadcast. Norfolk Southern milepost 430.7. Track 1. No defects.
Rebroadcast. Norfolk Southern. That's great. So, how about... Oh, it's 76 in Hilo, 83 in Leho, Honolulu hit 84. Oh, yeah. That's the kind of weather I want to see. You know, let me be honest here. It's going to be a while before we eventually see weather like that. It's going to be a while before we see temperatures of that. It's going to be a while before we see temperatures of that magnitude. You know, I just, like, every time I think of Hawaii, I think of the warm weather, and I just want it to come. I just want it to come fast. But it'll get there. We're only at the beginning of spring, in just months, well, it's going to come. And I mean, I just can't wait. But if I really can't wait, then I can go back to Florida. But, well, you know, the fact of the matter. Oh yeah, and I forgot I even still have that Audacity file playing here. I was having, you remember, if you saw that, we were having a little fun with this. Gavin Bay, ceramic tile, the Pacer test. This is the Maryland. We were having so much fun with that. Okay. Now, before we start, another discussion was just updated. In this latest discussion, no changes are anticipated to the forecast. They did move the timing up for the fog. And they've held off on the dense fog advisory. So they won't. So they are avoiding a dense fog advisory, but they are talking about they're still not ruling out the possibility of a strong thunderstorm or two tonight. So of course I'm gonna keep an eye on my office and probably a lot of the other offices too in that marginal risk and see what's going on. And now since the 996 got the weekly test from Chicago, I'm gonna throw it on the Kankakee now, just to see what it'll pick up. I mean, it's been a while since it's been on Kankakee, but because this is a severe weather event, I'll actually go ahead and see if it can pick anything up off of Kankakee. I don't know what kind of stuff it's going to pick up, but we will give it a try, and we're going to see what ends up. Oh, wait, that's right. Yeah, still we'll give Kankakee a try. I don't know how good of an attempt it'll be, though, but we'll still try it. So yeah, this is going to be the first time in quite a while that automated weekly tests and severe weather in our area collide. But yeah, this is really going to be something. Alright, that's enough of the talking. Because it literally feels like I'm on Talk About. You know, it's that game show. It's that word game. In fact, on Monday, one of my best friends, Jasmine, you might have known her from like a lot of my earlier videos. Like one of my first ever live streams that we ran. She was like one of my first ever viewers and one of the first ever live streams that I ran. Back when my main channel was still able to stream stuff, but it's too bad now. But I could still stream stuff on my main channel, but not as often. That's why I have my TV channel as of this point. But yeah, she was wondering. I was telling her about this Talk About show on Buzzer, and she didn't understand it at first, but then I showed her like an example of like the show as it was airing. So, I actually like Talk About now that I'm watching it on a daily basis. It's actually kind of a fun game show. And so far the current champions on that show, they won their fourth game today, and now they're going to try and win their fifth game tomorrow. Tomorrow they're going to try and win their fifth game and retire, become Talk About grand champions. We're going to see if that ends up happening, but we're going to have to find out by watching tomorrow. But anyway, that's enough of the talking. And now, let's head to the tropical islands of Hawaii and go in sync with Hawaii Week on Wheel of Fortune.
From the Sony Picture Studios, it's America's Game.
That's enough of the waiting. Let's get to our game.
Aloha, dudes! Get out the thongs and the surfboards. It's Hawaii Day here on
Wheel of Fortune. And
get us started,
your host, Vanna White.
Thanks, Charlie. Feeling good, everybody? All right, then, let's get to our
I am
game.
feeling so much better after what happened today. I am feeling so much better now. So much better.
Let's take a look at our category.
All right, let's get to our first round.
Proper
It's
name.
a proper name.
Okay, start things off. You get us going, player one.
All right, it's a proper name to get us started. Well, that's impressive.
Oh, lose a turn. Too bad.
Well, that's impressive.
Player two, you're up. I'll spin. Okay, come on now.
That's really how we start a game. My goodness.
$400.
Are there any L's?
Yes.
There is an L.
I'm gonna buy a vowel. A.
Yes, there's one.
There's an A.
I'll spin.
Oh, lose a turn. Too bad.
Well, she got it too. Oh my.
You're up, player three.
Let's give this a spin.
$900.
Is there an S?
A single.
There is an S.
I think I'll buy a vowel here, Vanna. There's gotta be an O.
There is an O.
Just one though.
I'd like to buy another vowel. Are there any E's?
Two E's.
Pair of them, yes.
I'd like to buy another vowel. I'll take a U, please.
No.
U? No. No U's.
medium clear, 426.
Player 1, good luck. $900.
Let's try an R. There's no
Not
R.
a single R.
It's
It's your turn, player
Let's go back
2.
to player 2 now.
I'm gonna spin.
$900.
Could I have an N?
Good. There are three
Three
N's here.
N's.
I'll buy a vowel, Vanna.
That's
I.
going to be the last of the
One
vowels.
I.
There is
Show
an
us.
I.
Yes. And now you're out of vowels.
Let's give this baby a spin. Come on.
$400.
I would like a T, please, Vanna.
One T.
There's a T.
I'll spin the wheel.
$600.
H.
Yes, there
Is an H.
I'd like to spin.
That's about really the only thing you can do when you don't know what it is and all the vowels you can guess.
$600.
Can you give me a W?
Yep.
Just the one W.
I'd like to spin.
$550.
I'll try a C.
No.
There are no C's. Too bad. Player 3, on to you.
I'm gonna spin.
$350.
I'll take an M, please.
Unfortunately, no.
There are no M's. Sorry.
Oh, darn.
Darn. Alright.
Player 1, good luck.
Back over to me now. Ugh. The cursor's going out of control. That's what happens sometimes when a virtual machine like this is in a lower resolution.
$300.
A G.
1G. Where is it? $800.
Ooh. F? No.
Sorry, no F's. Player 2, you're
I
up.
don't know what that last word is.
Spin the wheel. Let's see that big one.
I don't know what that last word is.
$300.
I'd like a D, please, Vanna.
There's one D.
Oh, that was it.
All right, let me try this. Denzel Washington.
Ah, that was it. That was the letter I should have
That's
went
it.
with.
Great.
I was thinking of picking a D.
That's the end of this round. Let's take a look at the scores.
I was thinking of picking a D. Alright. But,
You're doing very well, player 2. Keep it up.
well, I mean, we're just getting started. But,
Ready for the
you know,
next
there's
puzzle?
lots of time to
Here
catch up. I
goes.
mean, we just got started, so.
We've got a
And
prize on
hopefully
the
this
wheel
will help
time,
too,
Charlie.
because now we
Tell
have
us
this
about
prize
it.
going on the wheel.
Head 'em up, partner. It's time for an all-expense-paid trip to the famous Calgary Stampede in Calgary, Canada. Valued at $4,760.
That could be a big help for a person who
The
hasn't gotten on
category
board
of this
yet, like
puzzle
me.
is
It's a title.
this time player
And since
2
the
goes
slider
first.
is already on
Okay,
player
here I
2,
go.
she will start.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
She will start us off in round 2.
$500.
That was a similar scenario.
I'd like an L, please,
What just
Vanna.
happened with that Hawaii trip on the national show
No,
earlier this
sorry.
evening.
No L's.
Oh, why me?
Alright, we'll go over to test
You're up,
3 now.
player 3.
If I was
Spin the
Matthew
wheel,
V.
please.
1688, I would say, or if I was Aubrey Scott, I would say cause you, I would say like cause you picked it.
$400.
Numbskull. Oh
Come
my
on,
gosh.
S.
I remember that.
One S.
There's an S.
Can I buy a vowel, please? I'll try an A, please.
Just one A.
Only one though.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
Yeah, it's gonna have to give it all back.
Oh well, at least you didn't lose too much.
I would say, oh yeah, that one.
Player one,
But
over to you.
I'm not like those twos, so. Ah, it got me too.
Oh well, at least you didn't lose too much.
That bankrupt got me too.
It's your turn, player
Sliver
two.
at 10,000.
Let's give this baby a spin. Come on.
Oh.
Oh well, at least you didn't lose too much.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it. This is a
Player
bankrupt
three, on
frenzy
to you.
already. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna spin.
Oh my gosh. There's like a bankrupt frenzy going on here.
$600.
I'd like an N, please.
We have two
Pair of
N's.
N's.
I'm gonna buy a vowel. There's gotta be an O.
Unfortunately, no.
No!
Player one, good luck.
Yeah, we're still talking about the possibility of severe weather tonight.
$800.
And what do you know? They just put a strong Quad Cities just put a strong thunderstorm statement
too
out.
bad. Player two, you're up. Let's give this baby a spin. Come on. $800. I'll take an R, Vanna.
Nope.
Not a single
Unfortunately.
R. You're up, player three.
I'd like to buy another vowel. I'd like to take a shot at E, please.
Lots.
Four
E's.
Excellent! I'd like to buy another vowel. I'll take a U, please.
Unfortunately, no.
U's. Sorry. Player one, good luck. $550.
Let's try an H. No H either.
No H. Sorry. Player two, you're up. I'll spin the wheel. $450. I would like a W, please, Vanna.
Unfortunately, no.
W?
The
No,
dispatcher, I have
sorry.
to make it a -1 symbol. So
Player three, on to you.
-1. That'll
I'd like to buy another vowel.
That's the workaround.
Is there an I?
There is going to be an I. That's the last vowel on this board.
I'm gonna spin.
That's the last of the vowels. That is the last of the vowels.
$450.
I'd like a C, please, Vanna.
Yes, there is a C.
I'm gonna spin.
$600.
Is there an M?
Unfortunately, no.
No, no M's.
Oh, not that one.
Player one, good luck.
Your local supervision should be able to make a determination on it. If not, then
$700.
The P.
A couple of P's.
Deep Space Nine.
yeah, I mean, if it's a rule, then
All right,
any
there you go.
supervisor in the field or chief can make a ruling on that.
Let's see how all our players are doing after this round.
I'm trying to make that -1 for you now, miss.
Player two, very impressive. Now we're going to move to the next round. Here's a brand new puzzle.
All right, it's the jackpot round. We'll start off with $5,000 and increase that amount with every spin of the wheel. Good luck. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Head 'em up, partner. It's time
That's
for an
the same prize from earlier.
In Calgary, Canada.
So this prize appears is going to be on this wheel again, because it wasn't one last time.
Want to see the category? Here goes.
It's things. There's the ampersand. Contestant 3 will lead us
Player
off.
3, you start us off this time.
Okay, here I go. Let's give this a spin.
$800.
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
No.
Not a single L.
Unfortunately.
Player 1, good luck.
About time I reset the trial on this thing again.
That jackpot is growing. $300.
Yeah, I actually have a little script on this
2 T's.
virtual machine that I can use to reset the activation timer, because I can't seem to activate this copy, so I'm just gonna have to keep resetting the timer every few days. But anyway, R. No R either.
There are no R's. Sorry.
So no R's are up
Player
there.
2,
There's
you're
no
up.
L.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna. Let's see that big one.
Thought of S. I know somebody's probably gonna take it at some point.
$550.
I will take an S, please.
That's what I was
Good.
thinking.
2
There's a
S's.
pair of S's.
I think it's time to purchase a vowel. Are there any A's?
Uh-huh. 2 A's.
Pair of them, yes.
I'd like to buy another vowel, please. I'll try an O.
There are no O's. Sorry.
Oh.
Player 3, on to you.
I'd like to spin, please.
Well, looks like you might get a chance for jackpot.
I'd like an N, please.
No N.
Sorry.
So
no
unfortunately, no chance at the
Player
jackpot.
1, over to you.
Now it's over to me now. I'll buy an E. Oh, this might be good help.
Good guess. There are 3.
Let's buy the I.
1 I.
There's an
Show
I.
us. All the vowels are now gone.
Well, good thing I spent the last of the
Well,
vowels.
at least you didn't lose too much. Player 2, you're up.
Good thing I spent the
Let's give this
last of
baby
the
a
vowels.
spin. Come on.
The last 2 vowels in this puzzle. Before that bankrupt got me. I'm really glad I did.
Growing. $700.
Is there an H, Vanna?
Unfortunately, no.
Not a single H.
No, 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 no.
You're up, player 3.
Let's
Call
give
from
this a
gauge
spin.
9288
Let's
at
see
Gmail.
that big one.
Yeah, it looks like he got bankrupt too.
Oh, well,
Hey
at least you
Google,
didn't lose
answer.
Too much.
Ah,
Player 1,
didn't get
good
it in
luck.
time. Whatever. Whatever. We're too focused on this game right now, so. Okay, there's the Calgary thing. Is there a G? Oh, this might be a big help.
There are 3 in this puzzle.
Oh, yes, it'll be a big help. Megabytes and gigabytes.
Yes! That's the end of this round. Let's take a look at the scores. Player 1, what can I say? Excellent start.
If that gets worn.
Let's get ready for the next round.
Oh yeah, and do you
We've
want
got
to
a
know what I
prize
saw
on the
on
wheel
Tom's
this time,
blogger
Charlie.
during all those
Tell us about
weeklies
it.
this morning?
What?
There's nothing
We have a
fishy
Quad
about
City
deep
stream
sea
again.
fishing excursion off the Florida Keys.
We do?
An all-expense
Yeah, it's on
paid getaway
Broadcastify.
priced at $5,000.
He logged it from its
Oh my
Broadcastify
God.
stream.
This time around, our category is occupation.
Which one? What station is it?
WXJ73, the one we had originally.
Okay, start things off. You get us going, player one.
Oh my.
So happy we have that back. I mean, again, that discovery came on such short notice, but I will add it to my playlist and website again this weekend.
Wait, did he log their test this morning?
Yes, he did.
Oh, lose a turn. Too bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he
It's
logged.
your turn.
Yeah,
player
he
two.
had the NWR thing
I'll
log
spin.
it.
Okay.
I've got all my radios on it ready in case Chicago decides to issue something overnight.
$400.
Well, make sure you
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
Next to one of your radios.
We have a total of 2
Oh,
L's.
of course I will, because I'll be monitoring Air 1.
I'll buy a vowel, Vanna.
I'll be monitoring Air 1 for potentially their weekly.
There is one. Yes.
Because tomorrow will be
one A.
day 3 for them.
I'd like to buy.
Because tomorrow will be day 3 for Air 1.
And the Marshall is now in my county. Oh, great.
I'm gonna spin. Big money. Woohoo!
I saw the flood watch get issued. I saw the flood watch get issued.
I will take an S, please.
A single
There
S.
is an S.
I'll buy a vowel, Vanna.
I'll
take an
E.
Just the one E.
Yep.
I'd like to buy another vowel, please. I'd like a U.
One U.
There is a U actually.
I'd like to buy another vowel, please.
That's going to be the last of the vowels.
Vanna.
There are 3 I's. All the vowels are now gone.
Yep, they did do the live code. But I was told by Antonio that Pittsburgh did a double header of their usual automated weekly test and the Virginia tornado drill.
N up there.
They did a double header.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna. Come on, show me the big money.
3 weekly tests for Missouri, that is.
$900.
I will try T.
No T.
Not a single T.
Oh, I don't.
Really, really late. Right when Albuquerque ran their
You're
test.
up, player 3.
Riverton was even later than that.
All right, give me a big one.
Riverton was even later than that. It was like 1:45 when they ran their test.
$800.
H.
What else about?
I don't know
Not
if
a
that's about
single
either.
H. Player 1, good luck.
Oh, of course not. It is so fake as heck.
$900.
Let's put the M.
There are 2 M's. $300.
Yeah, it could produce a small hail overnight.
You don't get this Saturday, the 2 anniversary of the high risk.
Oh yeah, the
Congratulations.
Oh yeah, the 2-year anniversary of that high risk in Alabama. That's right.
You can make a video on that Saturday.
That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing.
But yeah, we have a slight risk tomorrow, and then we have an enhanced risk for Friday.
I see you've played our game before, player one.
It's for Louisiana. It's for parts of northeastern Louisiana.
Let's take a look at our category.
Western Mississippi.
Hardest
I
song.
swear, they never get a breakdown, ever.
Yeah, they really don't. All right,
This time,
Tessin
player
2
2
lead the
goes
way
first. Okay.
in this round.
I'll spin the wheel.
Greenville, Mississippi, Jackson, Monroe, Alexandria, they're all in that enhanced risk.
$5,000.
The Winfield might get
Are there any L's?
1 L for you.
Woohoo! I love
And I
it.
saw there was a
I'll buy
severe
Alabama.
thunderstorm warning from northern Indiana earlier this evening.
An A?
Whoa.
There are 3 A's.
Yes.
That was from that storm in Chicago. It started in Porter County and it got severe when it reached northern
I'd like
Indiana.
an O.
There is an O.
There is no.
Just the one.
Woohoo! I love it. I'd like to buy another vowel, please. E.
3 E's.
Yes. I'd like to buy another vowel, please.
Hey, Cynthia. No,
You.
South Bend doesn't serve Ohio.
U? No. No U's.
No.
You're up.
And of course,
player
in typical
3.
fashion, Northern Indiana
Let's
still
give
runs
this a
their
spin.
weekly, even though Ohio and Michigan have their
$600.
and there is a marginal risk as well.
Is there an S?
Good guess. There are 3.
Well, except for Los Angeles, Grand Junction, and San Francisco.
Can I buy a vowel,
I
please?
was told LA postponed their test tomorrow.
I.
I'm assuming Grand Junction
Just the
postponed
one
theirs
I.
tomorrow.
Yes. And now
So
you're
far,
out of
San
vowels.
Spin the
Francisco
wheel,
has
please.
canceled theirs entirely.
Come on now.
But we'll have to see what happens tomorrow with them.
$600.
Then I'll try an N.
A single
There's
N
an
up
N.
there.
I'll spin.
Ooh, that hurts. Player 1, over to you.
Alright, over to me now.
$900.
Let's put the P up
A
there.
couple of P's.
The statement had expired.
Uh-oh, lose a turn. Sorry.
I see the statement had expired.
Player 2, you're up.
Yeah, it
I'll
expired.
spin.
That Norfolk Sun's going fast.
$300.
Yeah, it says it was only set for 10
I'll
p.m.
take an R, Vanna.
We're gonna see what they do next.
Good
Maybe issue
guess.
another
There are
statement.
3.
Maybe they'll issue another one.
I'll spin.
We're getting closer to a solution here.
$500.
Is there a T?
1
There
T.
is a T.
Let's give this baby a spin. Come on.
I believe I have a clue as to what this puzzle might be.
$300.
Maybe an H.
No.
No, sorry. No H's.
No.
And we are out of time.
We're running a bit short on time here. I'm going to have to give the wheel a final spin.
So vowels will be worth nothing. Well, we're out of vowels, so it's just consonants from here on out. It'll be 800 per piece. Let's put the B.
Let's see.
Oh, that's right.
W, please.
Oh, that's right. It's player 3's turn.
No W's. Sorry.
No.
Player
Okay,
1,
now
over
I'll
to
try
you.
the B.
2 B's up there. Let's see them.
Barbara Streisand's People.
Way to go.
I was thinking of the G.
That's it. Great. That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing.
Quite an impressive solve.
You're hot
Up to
today,
$12,760. That was enough.
Boy, what a game.
That was enough for me to
all
win
our players,
big.
But going to the bonus round is player 1. It's the bonus round. Start by picking one of these cards and we'll see if we can't add to your total.
I would love to add to that total. We're gonna do the L for all the stresses I went through with
The
all those
category
tests
of
today.
this puzzle is Thing. R, S, T, L, N, and E are where you see them. Now please pick 3 more consonants and a vowel.
G, M, C, and the I.
Here's your bonus round puzzle.
cramp? Oh, it's
No, that's not it. Sorry, but you're still the big winner for the day. Congratulations.
Paris in the spring. Well, it is the spring right now.
You
That's
made a
all right.
killing. Way to go,
$12,760.
Hello, Charlie O'Donnell here. Let's just
Oh, it's just that. Oh, it's that one solo locomotive again. We saw that exact same kind of thing last week. All right, and that is it.
Come back soon and play our game again. Bye-bye.
Oh, there went the background, as far as I've noticed. Well, now let me go ahead and run that script. Disconnect the CD from the drive. Here's that little script I have. Best if I execute it. Oh, looks like we've reached the max. Have to reinstall the OS before rearming it. Well, I guess, yeah, I don't think that's an option. I wouldn't consider moving all that over to Windows Vista, but I don't want to reinstall this virtual machine either and lose all those details. But I could just take the contents of this game and move it all onto the CD, onto a CD, so the details are preserved on there. I could consider doing that, but I don't know for sure. It did it all right. All right, we'll go ahead and shut this down. Okay. All right, folks, those are our games for this week, all done and over with, and we are going to continue on playing the most complex paging modulation. These are rare. That's a railroad scanner. Yeah, this is a railroad scanner right here. I'm sure a lot of you are pretty curious about what you're seeing. So far nothing is currently expected for this area. Now, before we go through all of the, all right. So now, as we promised at the top of the show, we're going to go through all of the tests that have been ran that have been captured so far. So it looks like stuff is getting started. So it looks like as of now we're still set for an overnight event. But again, we're going to find out exactly what happens. If nothing happens in between 11 p.m. and midnight, then I'm going to end the weekly test compilation there. Otherwise, then I will merge the Thursday test and all of today's together into one larger compilation. But yeah, of course, here's what we've been messing around with earlier. We've been messing around with, this is the Maryland, the sign-off clip we'll use later tonight, the Bubble Guppies Pacer, Gavin Bay, and the ceramic towel going out of business commercial. We've been having too much fun. Alright, let's go through all of the tests that have happened so far today. Starting with the EAS plug. Of course, you got the Little Rock test on WFJ55, and it looks like that's the only one. I heard he also uploaded his compilation of tests from Sunday to Tuesday. Got the KLAZ automated test, KBDO. Yeah, I think I know where John got that pre-roll from. Where John got that pre-roll from KKPT. KKSP.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
KCON.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. Join.
Then you got a translator of KZTS at 12:53 a.m. on Tuesday. Now again, it's best to look them up on the database and see if it's automated or random. We can tell a few of them are either random or scheduled, but I'll take a look through so I can make sure. And then CPXPO405 uploaded his compilation of tests from today. Started with some DXing. We got the Tampa morning test on WXK83.
I only caught Ruskin. Now we gotta wait. 13.
Yeah, she got a Miami weekly. WWG92 in Naples. And then, of course, he was back here at home for the Tampa evening test. And then, interestingly enough, WDLV actually takes the Fort Myers K-Love actually takes the Tampa evening test. Well, this is interesting. Apparently, the Fort Myers K-Love actually takes the Tampa test. That is interesting. Now remember about 2 weeks ago, WSCB still did the NWS test, which I find really interesting that they took the NWR weekly, but they stopped doing that now. But that was interesting how they were able to take that. Take that test and run it, which I'm impressed.
That is not common. That is seriously unheard of. That is seriously unheard of. You laid that. How is that? Was unheard of.
Yeah, I can't believe that we've actually discovered that.
Possibly mixed with snow shower.
IRIE streamed the Michigan tornado drill, but not in the way I did. And of course the video we played earlier of the Sterling test after the West Virginia tornado drill. And it's a Bose remote. Well, that's interesting. Also, I see Tornado Fan has to DX the Des Moines evening test. I can tell that is the same live voice clip. So I see he tried to DX the Des Moines station on channel 5. So it looks like he actually tried to DX. So what station he was trying to pick up was like the last transmitter in the Des Moines coverage area, which is KJY 63 out of Forest City. That was the one he was trying to pick up, which...
Had a bit of a failure.
He couldn't get it that good. That was like when I was trying to DX that Wilmington test a few years back. I don't know if I still have the video of that, but I'll have to take a look.
Oh my god!
And he also got a KTTC weekly right at the beginning of Inside Edition. He got a KTTC. She got a random KTTC weekly test right at the beginning of Inside Edition. You know, WBBM TV, one time they tested at the beginning of The Young and the Restless, and then they tested at the beginning of Judge Judy. I have a feeling that they could test anywhere at the beginning of some TV shows. Not The Price is Right. I'd say like at the start of Young and the Restless, or at the start of... I think it's at the start of any of these shows. Probably what I think. WGN is completely random. Metro Ball got another WR300 version 1. Sky Blues did an apology live stream.
Hey guys.
Northeast Georgia did an update on his collection of devices that he has obtained, including the 12993, which I still have not got my hands on yet. My gosh. Of course, EAS Texas got the weekly test on KC56. Yep.
Oh my god! Help protect against highs and lows.
For top reduction, the Rutherford, the abductions all what they were lasting to Charlotte, North Carolina, in a gray 2012 Dodge Journey with
TGS got a North Carolina Amber Alert.
Blake Green is requested North Carolina Department of Public Safety. This is a North Carolina Amber Alert for a child abduction. The Rutherford County...
Delton got the... He got the local area emergency and the Amber Alert.
Residents live on these road splash areas. Trail to Egg Road, Trail to Egg Lane, Blackhawk Lane, Newcastle Lane, Oak Creek Motor Lodge, Copper Cliffs Drive, Copper Cliffs Lane, Sycamore Road, the Village of Coco Diaco Resort, Center for the New Age, Rancho Sedona RV Park and houses north of the RV Park on Railroad Road. If you haven't already, due to flooding, evacuate to a shelter or with family/friends.
It was due to flooding, and I can't believe Phoenix still tested despite that. Anyway, Central Ohio Sirens got the 2023 got the Ohio tornado drill. I got both the monthly test and the tornado drill for Ohio. Of course, Central Ohio shows us his WX100 doing the weekly test. PVC issues of what? This is to Holy Scotty's test compilation. You got the Ohio tornado drill. You got the Pittsburgh weekly test. And of course, there's Pittsburgh's automated test right at 11 a.m. Seems to always happen right at 11 a.m. on the dot. So with this being considered the case, I'm going to call Pittsburgh's test automated. State College, same story. And then what came after that is the West Virginia tornado drill. And of course, EAS Torcon got a few alerts from course, there was all the stuff LA did.
California, including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. The National Weather Service in Oxnard has issued a special marine warning for Santa Barbara's return boats and from 2 a.m.
Of course, there was more stuff.
Spouts can easily open in Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. The National Weather Service in Oxnard of watches. Capable of reduced waves. A special marine warning for the following are capable of wait but the National Weather Service in Oxnard has issued a tornado warning for Central Ventura County in southwestern California. Will include in a mobile home or in a vehicle.
Yeah, that tornado warning really caught me by surprise. That tornado warning caught me by surprise. And East Melbourne got his severe weather compilation up on March 12th. He got that. Ramrus TI got that flood watch. Right at 9:50 on the dot. Wilmington goes ahead and originates the tornado drill. And of course, in old-fashioned, Owington still runs their usual weekly. And then there was that flood watch. And of course, there was my weekly test stream. I still have not replaced the pitch. Spiral got KC38 again. And Sparrow Strikes got hit, redid his 2023 intro. He redid it to include the updated. He did it to include the updated logo. Minnesota, Wisconsin Sirens, of course, got the Chanhassen Weekly. Nathan TJG got the got the Jackson, Kentucky, Jackson, Mississippi test. That was not the weekly. That was actually the Mississippi statewide monthly test a few weeks ago. Carolina actually tried to. They actually got this test via a tropo. She actually did this test via a tropo on KEC 95 and WXL 50. So we did 3 transmitters at once. So if he had continued to receive it, he would have gotten a Linville weekly. He got WNG 530 out of Linville, North Carolina. That's all the way. That's all the way in the. That's all the way in the western mountains and foothills of the state. And he's all the way near the coast. In the coastal plain in North Carolina. That's incredible. The southern coastal plain of North Carolina. He ends up getting Linville from like upstate. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Rock, I forgot the Brownsville test. I don't know what he did for Michigan. They modified the message for the drill. And of course Metro Boat got the Paducah test. There's this 12993. It's first weekly. That's the K-Love doing. That's the Paducah K-Love relaying the NWR test. And of course, Bemidji MNWX got the Grand Force test, like I did.
Weather Service in Grand Forks, North Dakota. The National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. This is a test of the weather warning alarm system. During potentially dangerous weather, receivers and the alarm system are normally conducted by the
Yeah, of course, here's the St. Louis Weekly. That, of course, still happened even though there was a marginal risk. But again, there's LAEA's upload of his compilation of all the severe weather. It's pretty massive. County actually got the West Virginia tornado drill on WXM 42, WXM 73, KHP 36, and WVRS. North Central Ohio guy got it as well.
The National Weather Service in Cleveland, Ohio has issued a test for the Ohio tornado drill. This includes all counties, including the following county, Maricopa.
Wow, KVRP is really having problems with their NDEC. They're really having problems. They need to figure out what is going on, because something is really going wrong with their EAS equipment. Well, anyway, his weekly test compilation was pretty short this week. KLLI automated test, San Diego, and that's it. Just San Diego and KLI, and that's all. That's really all. And I'm going to keep that comment there because I've got to eventually touch the comment again. I'll go through everything that I've already covered. That's the SPC. SPC New Mexico got the Albuquerque test. This was right when Lincoln was doing theirs.
This was a test of the no-weather radio warning device.
Alright, Gateway Star, I got the Austin and Corpus weeklies.
Conducted every Wednesday between 11. Again, this is only a test. There is no severe weather in the area at this time.
And of course, Thunderbolt got his two usual ones, Albany, and of course the good old Upton. And of course the good old Upton in good fashion.
First, we'll start with the disappointing part. Had to reset the recom because it never decided to go off for nor the DOR or the RWT.
Which Sterling still decided to run.
Reception was bad, a little bit bad again.
Yeah, which, of course, as you all know earlier, Sterling still decided to run it, even though it was the statewide tornado drill. Because remember what they did with Virginia? They actually delayed that regular weekly to the next day because they wanted to avoid confusion between the drill and the test message. That was not the case. Well, the thing was, Virginia was monthly. Virginia was a monthly test. West Virginia uses live code. So I guess West Virginia and Indiana are the only two states that still do live code.
So this guy didn't get to part. So now you decided to decode the RWT as a 6-hour event, right?
Yeah, that's wonderful. And of course, KSLX got the St. Louis Weekly. Those three usual transmitters. Deer Hunter 360 got the West Virginia drill. Although this unfortunately was the only bulletin he got. Go PJ. Go PJ actually got the Austin test on WWF 91. And again, there was his brother getting the Paducah test as well. We're nearly done here. Charlotte got the test on WXL70, then KHC27 for all the remaining ones. Savage's captures of the KK FM cluster. So Gwinnett EAS managed to DX KC95 along with KHA35 out of Orangeburg, South Carolina. I was able to pick up KHA35 in Orangeburg. I was able to pick that up during the Charleston trip a couple years ago. Yeah, actually on three separate occasions, but on two separate occasions. More specifically, the beach house. We went there 4th of July 2020, and then we went there again 4th of July 2021. So we didn't do it this year, unfortunately, in 22, but we didn't do it in 22. I don't know if we'll go there again in 23, but we're going to see what happens. Man, Dew Point is really going. Yeah, he's really behind. There's that mimic video. That's gonna be something I might want to watch later. Alright. Now let me go through the playlist here because I actually do want to go back. It's probably too late now. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, it's too late. I wanted to go back and see how all the locations did for the tornado drill, but you know what? I don't think there were probably going to be too many locations setting off their outdoor warning sirens for the drill. I don't really think any would, but that could probably be the case, as for that matter. Alright, folks, so that is everything that we had to cover. That's everything we have to cover. So we're getting down to the final hour of our broadcast here tonight. So yeah, we're getting down now to the final hour of our. So yeah, now we're getting down to the final 15 minutes of our broadcast this evening. But so far, nothing has happened here yet. So, now, before we go, I'm going to run one last check of the radar. They're in Lincoln now. So far, they haven't... But so far, nothing. But yeah, I do expect to get woken up tonight. But yeah, I expect that I still get woken up tonight. If I don't, I'm gonna be surprised. I won't be surprised if I get woken up tonight, but But at least I prepared all my radios in advance. Every single one of them has been prepared in advance. Yeah, all the sirens on them have been turned off. Well, I haven't silenced them completely. I've only silenced the more louder ones, I've silenced those. So only the quieter ones, like the Recom, the 99, the Recom, the Radio Shacks, the Running Snail. Well, I can't put that on display for some reason. So the only sirens I'll be hearing are the Running Snail, the Radio Shacks, the Recom, and the WR300. Those are really going to be the only sirens I get to hear overnight. Now, I don't even know if we got an overnight event last year, but yeah, we did last year, but I mean, honestly, I can tell you, it's been a long time it's been a while since we last had an overnight severe weather event in this area, so it's gonna be reliving the experience. Oh boy. No wonder what Chicago will have in store for us, but we just gotta sit and wait. So all we just gotta do is sit and wait and see what ends up happening. But anyway, folks, yeah, we're just about done here. So we have about 15 minutes left before we have to go, and so yeah, we'll leave you by playing this thing one more time, and then we'll have to prepare the sign off, and then we're out of here for the night. How to basic. This song is not sung by aliens. I'm going back into those PBS Kids Word of the Week bloopers for some reason. PetSmart. The word of the week is PetSmart. Oh, great. This is just... my gosh. And of course I told him about that WXJ73 live stream. you heard my discussion with him earlier. And of course, he went back on it and he got the test on that new stream. That is impressive. No right turn. No right turn. That's, it's gonna be, it is going to be a wild night tonight. Let me honest. Yeah, let me be honest here. This is going to be an incredible night. I don't even know if I'm gonna get enough time. That's actually a real Sony logo. They should bring that logo back to the United States. That would be nice to see. But, yeah, I'm all caught up on everything. Not tonight. I'm already just about done. I'm already just about done for the night, so... yeah, I don't care. I'm just about done for the night. Yeah, I'm just about done for the night, so... we're getting down here to the final 7 minutes. So why don't we play this one more time? Let's play out this one more time for a little longer, and then we're done. And then we're done for the night. Yeah, I think we should save this. Oh no, not as an MP3 file. Save it. I'll call this Maryland Pacer Gavin Bay. I'll call it that because this is the Maryland, the Bubble Guppies Pacer test, and Gavin Bay all mixed together. We'll make some additional adjustments. I'll probably play around with this a little more tomorrow. Yeah, it must be that's no. That's so much fun. Yeah, that's so much fun. I know I would have like so much time to mess around with that, but unfortunately, we don't. We have barely any time to. So yeah, we're gonna wait for Audacity to. I'll go and close the scanner because I don't need it. And with that being said, folks, that is it. That is going to do it for us here tonight. I'm waiting for this project. Oh, whatever. We saved it already, so you can just close all at once. I don't care, because we're just about done. All right then. So that is going to do it for us here tonight. So that's going to do it for us here tonight. We'd like to thank you for joining us, taking some time this evening, joining us as we conclude the weekly test Wednesday extravaganza. So we hope you enjoyed the show as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you.
From FPL, who understands that it takes several sources of energy to bring Floridians in.
That's not going to happen, probably. Probably not going to happen. Floridian. I would love to be a proud Floridian, but I don't know about that for sure. So let's see. There's some storms. There's some storms already going on through Peoria and Bloomington, but so far it looks like nothing has happened yet. But then around like 3 o'clock in the morning or so, there's going to be a large squall line going through. So it looks like this will not make the weekly test compilation, but it will make its own separate video. It's going to make, however, it's going to make the overnight test compilation. It's going to make the overnight test show. But don't forget, we have that slight risk tomorrow. I'm not sure about the details on that. At least we'll be on the air when we cover that. So, and tonight we officially begin the warship once again on Air 1. But again, we don't have any further details, but that's what the radar suggests. We will see what happens with that. We'll see what happens with that later tonight. Now, I don't know if WYVR is going to test at 4:50 a.m. I'll give them today and tomorrow. Tonight and tomorrow night. I'll give them tonight and tomorrow night to see if they run their test at 4:50 a.m. like usual. NRP still has to run theirs. MRA still has to run theirs. KHPR still has to run theirs. They may have ran theirs already without me even monitoring them, but we'll find out for sure what ends up happening. So yeah, with that being said, folks, that is going to conclude. This now concludes what probably is one of the most chaotic Wednesdays that I think I've ever been through. I mean, my gosh, I've been so stressed out this afternoon. I just want to, oh my gosh, I just want to wind down for the night. Well, that's what we're going to be doing here in just a moment or so. That will be after I tell you that Plainfield TV is owned and operated by the SPC Plainfield Media Corporation, and that any and all alerts for during the broadcast today, including videos from our main channel and programs on Plainfield TV, can be re-uploaded for archival purposes only. However, you must grant permission before doing so. If you're not able to get permission, if you do this without my permission, the content would be removed via copyright claim. It's that easy. Of course, I'm running through checks, so I make sure one of these things doesn't wake up my whole house in the middle of the night. I only just want it waking me up. Well, at least we're ready, so shouldn't be too much of a scare tonight. But well, we will see what Chicago does. It's going to take me on a wild ride, so. I would say those in northern Illinois, I would say more of the Chicago area, including here. I would say please make sure you have a way of receiving watches, and I would say please make sure you have a way of receiving warnings for your area tonight. I mean, I don't know if there will be a tornado warning, but I don't think, I think considering how it's like 50 degrees, I don't think it's going to be enough to spin up tornadoes, but who knows? Something may end up happening, but we're going to find out for sure. WSBZ-ID. Yep, you got that station again. Alright. So anyway, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, oh my gosh, I am so tired after today. Oh my gosh, I've been so stressed out from the Michigan tornado drill, everything else in between. I just want a nice relaxing rest, and that is what I'm finally gonna get. So anyway, on that note, we're out of here for the night. So now for the staff and management of SPC Plainfield TV, we'd like to thank you for watching, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. Not 5 p.m., 4 p.m. Right after Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune. Right after Jeopardy, Classic Concentration, and Inside Edition for our backyard baseball. Our backyard baseball game, because we want to get it in before, I want to get it in before the Blackhawks play, so it doesn't alter the schedule. But yeah, I want it done as soon as possible, and of course we'll cover the slight risk. We'll see what ends up happening with that. And anyway, up until that point, thank you for watching, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.